All right, ladies and gentlemen. What I originally thought was, I'm going to be honest with you. When I was playing through New Game Plus, part of me was thinking, you know what? With this part, I think I covered everything concerning Black Myth Wukong. Nope! I am completely wrong, because there is a lot that we gotta do concerning basically one part of the game that I held off from looking at. Because I did say we were going to have a session where we just read through the descriptions of basically all the portraits, all of the journal entries, all the lesser yaoguai, the yaoguai chiefs, the yaoguai kings, and the characters. So, I don't know how long it's going to take me, but once I get done with all journal entries, that'll be the end of the session. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Yo, peoples, Kyushu92 here, and welcome back to yet another Black Myth Wukong session. Today, we are going to be checking out all of the portraits of pretty much every single entry. And since I'm in New Game Plus, those final 2 entries and characters, we can look at everything. It pays to be thorough. Hybrid, good to see you. Let's go ahead and get started with the first one. Wolf Scout. Immaculate skills of first entry for lesser yaoguais. Wolf Scout. Immaculate skills, the wolf's lone aim. No price too high, his heart aflame. Yet wayward efforts brought no gain. A futile vision, all in vain. Kitty, good to see you. We're going to be checking out all of the portraits. So there's 90 entries in lesser yaoguai. 55 in Yaoguai Chiefs, 26 in Yaoguai Kings, and 32 in characters. We're going through them all today. Also, one thing I want to acknowledge that I didn't acknowledge and I found out yesterday after my stream was over. So y'all know how you get the relics from beating certain bosses. Well, in New Game Plus, you get an extra point to go towards those relics that you reobtain, and that will allow you to unlock the other relic skills. That blew my mind yesterday. Finding out that, eventually I won't have to pick and choose one. I'll be able to get them all. I'll be able to get all of these so I can be overpowered in the greatest of senses. Please, more of this, please. So yeah, I'm definitely going to continue messing with New Game Plus. I accomplished my goal, real quick, of getting all of the spirits. Now all I'm missing is the Dark Thunder transformation. Because I beat the first king, the king of the flowing sands. I beat him first. And his son, the second rat prince, he got all mad and upset, but I still beat him because making it so that your duplicates can do the same combos you do, yeah, it's kind of busted. It's kind of broken. I really haven't lost against any bosses since... Yeah, I really haven't lost against any bosses, so it's been really, really smooth. But now all I need is just a Dark Thunder transformation, and I had everything. You said no spoilers. Yeah, I did. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. Thank you for that, Kitty, because I had absolutely no idea. It blew my mind finding out, like, hey, you mean to tell me I could get all of these skills eventually? Which means that in order for me to get the skills for free mind, I'm going to have to beat the final boss twice. I'm going to have to beat the final boss twice in order to get a freed mind, so I can get both elegance and simplicity and unbegotten undying. But I think it'll be worth it because it'll still be power. But let's focus on the subject for today. Lesser Yaoguais. I've already read out the poem for Wolf Scout, but let's keep in line with it. Wolf Scout. Immaculate skills, the wolf's lone aim. No price too high, his heart aflame. Yet wayward efforts brought no gain. A futile vision, all in vain. Time to read it out. Whew. Among the Wolfguais, there was a young one, ambitious and always seeking rapid progress on the path of Tao. However, his time spent practicing was short, and his skills remained shallow. He couldn't yet grasp the deeper techniques of his clan, leaving him impatient. One day, during his routine patrol, he carried a cask of fine wine. As he passed the mountain gate, he encountered the gatekeeper, Bullguard, who had a weakness for liquor. Eager to learn, the young wolf shared the wine with Bullguard and seized the opportunity to inquire about secret techniques. Partaken in the wine, feeling compelled, Bullguard taught him a few tricks. Rejoicing, the young wolf hurried home to practice. 2 months passed, and having found little benefit in those teachings, he contemplated giving up. Recalling his previous success in bartering wine for knowledge, he retrieved a small golden statue and approached the snake patroller. Persuaded by gold, the greedy creature shared some techniques with him. Back at home, the young wolf practiced as instructed. Another month passed, yet his gains remained minimal. Undeterred, he repeated his tactics with other guais, exchanging valuables for teachings. Over time, he visited everyone in the mountain, amassing a repertoire of techniques. Yet, despite practicing one day and another the next, he made no progress. Eventually, a compassionate elder wolf offered guidance. Yet the young wolf conversely started lecturing the kind old wolf with his strange mastery, leaving him speechless. From that point on, no one in the clan was willing to teach him. Because the Wolf Scout pretty much surmised that no one has anything to teach me, so no one wanted to teach him at all. Master, look, I want to say, what is it called? It's a something, master of none. I can't remember the exact phrase. I have a request. Can you please do that one with the epic voice again? It was just too good. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I recognize the voice. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and load up that specific voice on my Stream Deck. So that way the voice can be ready when it's time. All right, let me go down to it because it has its own name. It's a long list. There we go. All right, cool. All right, we're good. Okay, so that's the Wolf Scout. Wolf Sworn Sword. Meager of wit, wrapped in white attire. In sludge they crawl, yet yearn for higher. Bent to power, king's favor they seek, where even lowly fowls may peek. A white-robed wolf guai patrolling the hills seized a sword from a traveler. Jewels studded its scabbard, its blade sharp and bright. Coveting it, he strapped the sword to his side, reveling in its splendor. Yet when it was time to give tribute, he hid it away. The other guais chided.
Without offering some treasures to the king, how will you earn his favor? Or do you fancy patrolling forever?
Student of many but master of none. Yes! Thank you. It escaped me the first part of that saying. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for that.
Without offering such treasures to the king, how will you earn his favor? Or do you fancy patrolling forever?
The wolf guai scoffed. Such treasures we cherish, the king barely notices. You offer scrap metal and dream of favor. You are fools. They dismissed his words, seeing them as mere excuses to shirk his duty, while they toiled on. The wolf guai indulged in peaches and drank wherever he could lay hands on them, keeping the very best for himself. The others knew his punishment would come, and waited. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible when you have people around you knowing that you're about to get in serious trouble and they don't even warn you. They just wait and watch. That's even worse. One day, the Black Wind King held a lecture on Buddhism in the mountains, speaking of enlightenment and revival. His guardians spread paper talismans, and all were commanded to consume them before the chanting and prayers. Hours later, the king inquired about their enlightenment. A pause fell. Then the white-robed wolf guai stood, and there emerged others, one by one. The next day, a decree was issued to the guardians. The wolf guai was promoted to a minor captain. All the other guais, puzzled, whispered among themselves, how had the wolf guai not only escaped punishment, but found himself rewarded? Sounds like middle school? Yeah, it sure does. Wolf soldier! Sun-swept hills they guard and tread. From glint of steel their daily bread. Far flung from their native land. At nights for home their souls shall stand. Ever since the black bear guai returned from Guanyin and crowned himself king, he boasted of the arts he had learned. Tales of his newfound method of practice and power of revival allured many a guai to Blackwind Mountain. Seeking the king's favor, these minions toiled with abandon. Among them, a wolf guai worked with tireless zeal. He rose before dawn, patrolled the mountains, and continued well into the night. All of the treasures he found were first laid at the king's feet. His life was one of labor, and yet without a moment to make friends. Despite his dedication, his presence barely stirred a whisper among the others, and his name was seldom uttered. His brother, seeking such unacknowledged dedication, spent his savings for a seat in the king's lecture. The wolf guai sat there, heavy with regret for the silver he had squandered, both on the journey here and the seat at the lecture that could have been used to buy himself a shield or blade.
Had I a new blade,
he mused,
glory could have been mine.
As he pondered this, golden-clad guardians scattered paper talismans before him. Commanded to consume them, they then chanted in meditation for hours until the king sought signs of enlightenment. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm a Christian, and even I don't be praying for no hours or something. You ain't got to spend that long to get your point across. But that's just me. That's just me. Hours upon hours? Huh? God knows what he already knows. A minute. That's about it. It don't need to be too long. They then chanted in meditation for hours until the king sought signs of enlightenment. The white-robed wolf guai stood first, claiming a fervor within and clarity of mind. The diligent wolf guai thought to himself, sweating fervently in a crowd is no marvel. Achieving clarity after chanting is no miracle. Just as he was lost in thought, the blue ox guai rose next, followed by others. The diligent wolf guai stayed seated, unsure until the king gestured for them all to sit down. Later, treasures were doled out. The ox guai received a golden pill, the white-robed wolf guai a title, but the diligent one kept his old shield and dull blade, patrolling the mountain still. Only from then on, he did it all under the white-robed one's whims, ever obedient. Wolf stalwart! Neither sky cares nor earth will hold. By liquor's laugh, bold spirits unfold. In drunken dreams, a cosmos wide. Wake with worries cast aside. Rare was the revelry for the minor guais who patrolled the mountain paths. Their delights not granted but taken in human guise. Thieving sustenance from unsuspecting townsfolk. The charade proved fleeting, and yes, I said charade, not charade. Charade, we're fancy here. The charade proved fleeting, for the villagers grew wise to their deceit, and the guais, oft caught mid-bite, were met with the town's rugged justice, deterring their mischief. Among them was a wolf guai with a penchant for drink, who on a day of indolence lay beneath an ancient tree. Suddenly, an elder wolf, cloaked in feathers of a crane, appeared to him asking,
Why forsake your patrol for idleness?
The wolf guai sighed, I long for drink, but the townsfolk see through me. I'm left to quench my thirst only in my dreams. The elder chuckled as he whispered a secret.
Seek the shrine. Conceal yourself behind the curtains and the sacred spirits. And the sacred spirits' liquor shall be yours to drink.
Then, with a shift of form, he vanished. Wavering in doubt, the wolf guai transformed and hurried to the town's shrine. There, veiled behind curtains, a sacred effigy stood, its origins unknown, the altar laden with delectable offerings and fine spirits. As advised, he nestled himself between the curtains, indulging in the liquor until his belches betrayed him to the gathering crowd in the shrine. Trapped between the curtains, the wolf guai listened as a voice rang out, "The wine jar I offered is empty. Our tributes were received." A chorus of prayers erupted, beseeching favor from the immortals. From that day forth, folks from miles around flocked to the shrine, affording the demon endless drink. But as days passed, the once delightful treat turned bitter, and those prayers, be them piteous or greedy, weighed heavily upon him with helplessness. One day, unable to endure the bitterness any longer, the wolf guai burst from behind the curtains, hoisting the jar and smashing it on the altar amidst the screams of onlookers. With a deafening crash, he suddenly awoke beneath the tree. No shrine, no incense, no crowd around. With a tired sigh, he took up his axe and set off to patrol the mountains once more. See what happens when you just daydreaming? You lucky it was just a dream. And that was just a wolf stalwart. Wolf archer. A master archer, none can compare. Timid when danger fills the air. Never brave when faced with fear. Escape his choice, he stays clear. The Black Wind King hoisted a banquet in the temple to celebrate his birthday, and all the Yaoguais attended. During the feast, the king hung a lucky ornament on a tree branch, declaring that anyone who could shoot it would receive a rare fortifying golden pill as the reward. The Yaoguais were eager to try, but the fierce wind hampered all their attempts. Black Wind King cheating, using the wind to his advantage, it seems. Among the guests was an old wolf known for his remarkable archery skills. He was cautious, unassuming, and kept to himself in a corner, nursing his drink. A few eager Yaoguais asked him to try, and though he declined, they persisted with their teasing until he reluctantly agreed. Slowly, the wizened old wolf stood up and moved to the position. Some youngsters laughed at him, deeming him incapable. Unperturbed, he calmly strung his bow, let loose an arrow, and struck the target dead center, causing a commotion among the crowd. The old wolf received a reward, and admiration followed suit as others toasted him. Among them was a youngster who commented on the bolus intoxicated.
"How generous our king is,"
he remarked.
"Far better than that Ling Shuzi, who was good at making pills but never shared them with his underlings. What a tightwad!"
The youngster's words cast a shadow across the old wolf's face, and he silently took his leave.
"He had roamed the mountain with Ling Shuzi long before our king's reign."
Oh wait, this is someone else.
"He had roamed the mountain with Ling Shuzi long before our king's reign, yet you judged his deceased former master in front of him. Loyal as he is, you are in trouble now,"
warned an elder guai. However, the young guai shrugged off his warning. The next day, the old wolf returned the golden pill to the king, citing its value too high to possess by an archer. Hearing the news, the other Yaoguais urged the young one to apologize and seek forgiveness, but he remained defiant. Within a few days, while venturing outside, the youngster was killed by several arrows, each piercing his heart. Many say that even the golden pill couldn't save the youngster from his fate. I don't want to laugh, but... I don't want to laugh, but yeah, talk all that smack. Talk all that smack. You gonna disrespect the man's master, his deceased master, in front of him, and think this ain't no world where even children are safe.
"Oh no, he's not gonna do anything for me." He's not gonna do anything to me. Oh, his master was a tightwad.
And the dude's all like, all right, okay. I'm gonna let you have it today because we in public. But don't go in the woods. If you go out in the woods today, you better go in disguise. It didn't help. That dude, the kid, was killed by several arrows, each one in the heart. Boom, 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 boom. Who's laughing now, kid? Boom. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, but that's funny. He brought it on himself, talking smack. I'm sorry, but that's Wolf Archer. Wolf Sentinel. I'm sorry, that tore me up. That tore me up. Wolf Sentinel, with his axe as both weapon and cane, his brows bushy, his hair white as snow, who claims the twilight years are in vain, for learning late can still make one grow. Long ago, the Wolf Sentinels were the personal guards of old Ling Zhuzi. They were masters of the long-hafted axe, and their name was spoken in awe among the Yaoguais. When the Black Wind King returned from Guanyin and rebuilt the garrison in the mountain, he took in many wolf kwais who had wandered here from Shituo Ridge. This angered the wolf kwais native to Blackwind Mountain. To appease them, the Black Bear Guai pledged to revive old Ling Zhuzi. The wolf kwais then had no choice but to endure in silence. Yet mere days after the awakening, the old wolf vanished, and no one had seen him since. Upon learning of this, the Black Bear did not look into the matter, but allowed a senior gray wolf guai from the kingdom of Shituo to take old Ling Zhuzi's seat and even his name. This roused the local wolf guais to fury and launched protest after protest. To their surprise, the Wolf Sentinels, at the Black Bear Guai's behest, seized the lesser guais who led the unrest. The new Ling Zhuzi flew into a rage at these guais, threatening to devour them whole. They were spared this fate only by the timely arrival of Guanji, the Fireblade Wolf. Thereafter, under the new Ling Zhuzi's command, the Wolf Sentinels led every patrol of lesser guais on the mountain. Never did anyone ever dare rise against Ling Zhuzi again. Man. Iron Fist, it would seem. Wolf Assassin. Hills and rivers, nature's way. Kindness grows like grass and wood. Plants may fade, then bloom in May. All shall still stand where they stood. Once upon a time, a young wolf followed a gray elder wolf to learn the art of hunting. Despite his cleverness and diligence, the young wolf struggled to catch any prey. One day, the pale elder commanded him to find food alone or face hunger. Ah, the agoji. Then the young wolf, hiding in the shadows of the mountains, finally managed to catch a rabbit. However, instead of eating it alive, he gently licked the rabbit's wounds, as if to heal them. The rabbit took the chance and fled into a pond, struggling to swim to safety, but the young wolf in pursuit forced it back into the water. Just as the rabbit was about to drown, the young wolf rescued it. Sorry, a part of me thought that I read that wrong. The rabbit took the chance and fled into a pond, struggling to swim to safety, but the young wolf in pursuit forced it back into the water. Just as the rabbit was about to drown, the young wolf rescued it, softly nudging its head and helping it breathe. The rabbit woke up conscious but bewildered. Suddenly, the distant howl of the gray elder startled both of them. In his panic, the young wolf accidentally crushed the rabbit under his paw. Heartbroken, the young wolf wept bitterly. As the elder approached and inquired, it became clear. The young wolf couldn't bring himself to kill the rabbit, so he repeatedly spared its life. Yet, he also feared his own hunger, and that's why he refused to let go. Acknowledged, the gray elder then advised,
Your false kindness brought misery. Instead of hesitation, both of you would have been better off with a swift end.
The gray elder's words seemed to have dawned upon the young wolf. Later, it honed a lethal technique of hurling whirling blades from afar for stealth kills, believing this to be the ultimate form of mercy towards its adversaries. So that's the reason why the wolf assassins fight the way they do. Interesting. Croaky! We are done with the wolf enemies. In pools they dwell, forms unrefined, ugly and odd, voices entwined. Bellies swell with a raucous tune. In death they burst in angry boom. 2 frog guais practiced in the marshes. The smaller frog was often bullied, yet the bigger one always stood up for him, and soon they forged a strong friendship. One day, amidst a contest led by Bali Galong to appoint a sergeant among all the frogs, turmoil stirred and rippled through the ranks. Finally, the choice was narrowed down to the 2, the brawny big frog and the quick-witted small frog. Though the other frogs were discontented, they dared not voice their dissent. The 2 then were assigned to guard the dwelling of Bali Galong. On their duty, a valuable amber glass was found broken. Unable to identify the culprit, all the frogs began clamoring for punishment against the 2 instead. The big frog attempted to reason with them, but got antagonized by their words and soon escalated the argument into a brawl. The frogs interrupted this as his reaction out of embarrassment, hence evidence of his guilt. The small frog, meanwhile, remained silent beside them. Seeing this, the big frog chided him for not speaking up in his defense, and even began to suspect his smaller companion. Hesitated for a while, the small frog then admitted to breaking the glass. However, the other frogs dismissed his confession, arguing that one of them had committed premeditated vandalization, while the other had neglected his duty, and both deserved punishment by death. The small frog grew anxious and could not help but engage in the argument. As their voice grew louder and louder, their bellies inflated larger and larger, until some of them finally burst, splattering blood and flesh all over the place, leaving none unsoiled. So they were arguing so hard, their bodies literally inflated, and they literally argued so much that they physically exploded. That's crazy. Crow Diviner. He knows the world's fate through divination, yet cannot secure his own salvation. In what he thought was a place of peace, fate's tangled threads never cease. It is said that the crows gathering in temples, having listened to sutras and teachings every day, developed a spiritual nature and could predict fortune and misfortune. Thus, some fortune tellers who call themselves crow diviners like to set up stalls in front of temples, using crows to pick fortune sticks for divination. They always lit candlewood incense, which symbolizes the temple, as their stalls and claimed at their stalls, which symbolizes the temple at their stalls. Sorry, I read that wrong. They always lit sandalwood incense, which symbolizes the temple, at their stalls, and claimed that their crows were the spiritually enlightened ones from the temple. One such crow diviner, or diviner, however you want to say it, had a crow he had raised from a chick, which could communicate with him using specially made fortune sticks. Every day, he sent the crow to various parts of the city to observe people's lives. When clients came to seek fortunes, he would use the fortune sticks to inquire about information from the crows. He mixed this information with his own understanding of human affairs, weaving prophecies that were half true, which often managed to deceive. One day, an official came seeking a fortune, offering a large sum of money. The crow diviner, or diviner, told him that his official career would be preposterous and that he would not preposterous, prosperous. Sorry. Words today. The crow diviner told him that his official career would be prosperous and that he would reach a high position. Unexpectedly, the official not only failed to get promoted that year, but was demoted instead. Somebody about to die. Enraged, the official brought his household servants to demand an explanation. The crow diviner used the information gathered by the crows to explain that the official had not spent enough money on temple renovation, which magically convinced him. The official, deeply believing in his abilities, even introduced the crow diviner to his colleagues. The crow diviner. You know, I'm going to stick with diviner, because people say divine, and I'm just going to stick with diviner. So, crow diviner. The crow diviner amassed a considerable fortune through this, but he knew too many secrets of the officials and feared for his life. He decided to change his career. One day, he attempted to drive all the crows away, but they refused to leave. The crow diviner tried various means to get rid of them, but the crows, unable to endure his mistreats any longer, attacked and pecked him to death. Because crows are smart. And they literally teach their kids to run hands. You do not want to be rude to crows. This is a fact. You don't want to be mean to crows because they will remember you and they will teach their children to, remember you and hate you as well. He brought this on himself. The crow diviner tried various means to get rid of them, but the crows, unable to endure his mistreats any longer, attacked and pecked him to death. Afterward, the crows transformed into human forms, donned the attire of fortune tellers, and continued to sell fortunes around the temple, deceiving people as the crow diviner had done. Wow. Bandit Chief! From humble start to seek revenge claim, paths may differ, yet burn with the same flame. In bygone days, there lived a youth in the town, the son of a martial arts master. His father's fondness for drink led to a foolish act that landed the old man in jail, leaving only the youth and his mother struggling to survive. As their situation grew dire, the young man took on any work to make ends meet. The villagers praised him for caring for his mother, deeming him a dutiful son. In an unlucky year of crop failure, the mother and son set out to seek refuge with relatives. Along the way, a gang of bandits emerged. Eyes fierce, faces scarred, they brandished their blades, demanding nothing but gold. The mother and son, destitute, resorted to begging for mercy. But the bandits showed no mercy and were intent on killing them. The young man, believing their death was imminent, seized a bandit's knife. With a resolute heart, he ended his own mother's life and pledged himself to the bandits. And so he joined their ranks. News of the incident spread and people condemned him as a coward, truly a cursed son. That is not where I thought this sentence was about to go. I didn't even read the whole thing. I was just following along slowly so that I wouldn't overread. I thought he was going to take the knife and just suddenly show off some martial arts skill and butcher all the bandits. But no, he took the knife, killed his own mom, and then says yeah, I want to roll with y'all now. I want to roll with y'all bandits. What? That is not how I thought this sentence was going to go. Years passed. One day, the entire gang of bandits was wiped out, leaving no trace. Some said a hero had come to rid the land of evil and uphold justice. Others claimed a guai had emerged in the mountains, bringing a long-delayed reckoning. Debates raged on, but eventually the topic faded from memory. One day, a man, covered in blood, stumbled down from the mountains, recounting an encounter with a towering bandit, neither human nor guai, wielding a massive blade to rob the roads. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to that cursed youth, yet he spoke of freeing humanity from its burdens. The cursed son killed all those bandits. And he went mad. That's Bandit Chief. Okay. Skeletal sneak. Also known as Yap Yap. A noble fate's vengeful breath binds the bones of snakes in death. A soul mistreated, here to stay. Resentful will, blown astray. In the village of Shaded Heights, there lived a young man, orphaned and impoverished, constantly mistreated by his fellow villagers. One day, hunters from the village discovered a strange cave in the mountains, emitting eerie sounds that sent shivers down their spines. Too afraid to enter themselves, villagers pushed the young man in to investigate. Lost in the darkness, he stumbled and fell from a cliff, crying out in agony. Believing the cave harbored a fearsome guai, the villagers abandoned him and fled in terror. Sitting at the bottom, the young man wept bitterly. Amidst his tears, he heard the sound of bones snapping and the rustling of movement. Startled, he fell silent, only to hear footsteps approaching. Filled with fear, he yelled, "Stay away! I am an orphan and burdened with misery! My flesh is lean! Feasting on me won't do you any good!" Surprisingly, as soon as he spoke, the footsteps stopped. Time passed, and within the darkness, hunger gnawed at the man's senses. Despairingly, he pleaded, There's no one coming for me. Devour me quickly, so I may have a merciful death." Then the footsteps resumed, inching closer. Terrified, he assumed his end was imminent. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt a piece of cloth gently brush against his face. Reaching out, he realized it was a sleeve, which he grasped firmly. The sleeve guided him to stand and led him through the darkness until they found the cave's entrance. As the daylight bathed them, the young man finally saw what had been guiding him, a skeletal serpent guai. Seeing the young man startled, the guai suddenly extended its neck and swept him out of the cave. Afterwards, the young man was saved by passing merchants and departed from the village with them. From then on, his life gradually improved and prospered. As the saying goes, misfortune may be the harbinger of fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. While not an absolute truth, when events reach their peak, change becomes inevitable. From change, opportunities arise, and the lowest valleys often reveal the clearest paths. To think that Yap Yap's entire history was a benevolent one. Part of me is actually kind of sad I've butchered so many of them with a story like this. Dang, I wasn't expected to be kind of sympathetic to a skeletal snake. Snake Patroller! As seasons turn from slumber it parts, hidden in green a hunter with arts. Small in shape it devours the grand, or strikes a pain no cure can stand. In the kingdom of Hami, in the kingdom of Hami, a small city stood against the mountainside. Its lush grasses and dense forests a haven for serpents, much to the town folks' constant dismay. There lived in this city a snake hunter, masterful in his craft, who had freed the people from many a serpent's threat, earning a fair share of silver in the process. He boasted not of his wealth. Instead, he often dispensed porridge to the needy and prayed for all. So revered was he that the magistrate awarded him a dwelling for all his family to live within the town's walls. One day, a ragged monk, seemingly delusional, came begging at his door. The snake hunter's kind-hearted wife offered clothes and food, but the monk, unsatisfied, demanded liquor. The crowd scorned his impudence, their complaints growing loud until the snake hunter's return. He silenced the clamor and instructed his wife to bring the monk a gourd of spirits. Touched by the gesture, the monk warned, "The serpent guai lurks in your home. Ignore it not, or your family shall perish." The snake hunter scoffed at such mad ramblings and dismissed him promptly. Yet, his wife heeded the monk's words and urged her husband to search for the guai. He, however, brushed aside her concerns. This is going to end badly. In her impertinence, the wife fetched the mad monk once more to banish the evil. Indeed, with raw meat and an iron hook, the monk drew from their home a massive serpent, taller than a man, clearly a creature of power. 4 limbs it sprouts and venom deadly, the monk declared. A mere touch is death. With those words, he slew the serpent guai for the woman. Strangely thence, the town remained untouched by further snake scourges, as if by the mad monk's hand, peace was restored. Wow, so that snake hunter literally got upstaged by this so-called mad monk. What a twist. Fungiling! As mountain rains kiss the ground, youthful green is all around. In her virtue's quiet display, even guais in the woods repay. In the highland bounds, there lived a widow and her girl, left to fend against the harsh days alone. The mother sold pancakes in the nearby village. Maple? Buttermilk? Or chocolate chip? The girl gathered firewood, ground grain, and cooked meals, shouldering her share of the family's responsibility. Ceaseless rains had worn down the woodshed, long neglected without a man's hand. The beams rotted and the roof caved in. One day, the girl found atop the ruins a gleaming mushroom, vibrant and capped like a bowl. dew dancing on its surface, a spark of life too precious to pluck. She sheltered it with straw, letting it thrive in peace. Laden with tasks, the girl had no time to play with other children. All her secrets and dreams she whispered to the mushroom, as if it were a dear friend. The toils of life led the widow into illness, urgently needing money for medicine. After discussing it, the widow and her daughter decided to sell their house. A wealthy neighbor who had once been close to the widow's late husband expressed interest in buying the house. However, this neighbor was very stingy and tried to exploit the widow's illness to lower the price. They spread various rumors to scare away other potential buyers, bullying the helpless widow and her daughter. Worried and anxious, the girl often hid in the woodshed to cry. The mushrooms witnessed all her grievances. The next day, something strange happened at the neighbor's house. Overnight, mushrooms had sprouted all over their property. When the neighbors ordered their servants to clear them away, they discovered a large, eerie mushroom about a foot tall, neither green nor yellow, growing on the main beam. When they tried to cut down the mushroom with long-handed sickles, it suddenly rose into the air, opening its cap like a fishing net, and floated above them. It shook itself and then fell onto the man of the house, crushing him to death. The air was filled with countless spores the creature released, knocking everyone to the ground. Afterward, the mushrooms crawled out of the ground, transforming into many guais. They helped the widow and her daughter pack their belongings and leave the village, disappearing into the mountains. This is some horror story stuff going on here. Honey cinnamon is better. Honey cinnamon pancakes. See, Kitty, this is the reason why I said you was invited to the cookout. What you mean there's such a thing as honey cinnamon pancakes? What? But that's the Fungiling. On to the ginsengling. Inherent gifts in these mystical sprouts reside. Walking forth from the earth, spirits untied. Roots serve as limbs, nourishing body and mind. Beware, excessive gathering brings hardships unkind. It was written in ancient records that consuming ginseng could bestow longevity, leading many to develop a fervent passion for devouring this precious tuber, especially aged ones. However, some scholars dismiss this notion, viewing ginseng as both a tonic and a poison. Its elevated status stemmed from its humanoid appearance. They said, nonetheless, those who made their living by harvesting ginseng also always found eager buyers. It's my special recipe. I'll post it later. Nice. Deep within the valley, the younglings of ginseng shoots trembled with fear at the unmistakable sound of footsteps. It was the dreaded rhythm of the ginseng harvester's mountain shoes, crushing the thick layers of decaying leaves and rocky earth. And with every eerie resonance, the siblings of the ginseng plants vanished, disappearing one by one. Only the tiniest survivors managed to evade this grim fate, their diminutive size providing a fleeting reprieve. Yet, even they bore the mark of fate, a crimson thread marking them and restraining them. Who knew when the harvesters would return to dig them up once they grew into their full potential? Time raced by, swift and unyielding, and on that day, the familiar footsteps resurfaced. With the years that had passed, it was likely the offspring of harvesters who were generations younger than those who came before. Sorry. Let's say the harvesters were generations younger than those who came before. Then a quickened pace, a sense of anticipation. The crimson threads had surely been spotted. But oh, what ill fortune! As the ginseng harvester reached for the thread, it led him to a grim sight. The entwined remains of a skeleton. A curse gathered on the top tip of his tongue. But before he could spit it out, the ground beneath him rumbled with the sound of scattered dirt. He turned his head. The shifting soil unleashed a monstrous creature, towering and menacing. Fear gripped the harvester, urging him to flee. His frantic screams piercing the air, shouting of man-devouring guai. Yeah, some of these are just straight up horror stories. Rat Archer. An army of bows carved with long, the roars of shafts a frightening song. Warring on their archery glows, and with tactics their glory flows. In the days when the Kingdom of Flowing Sands warred against the Fuban, there was a company of warriors known as the Four-Feathered Army. Skilled archers they were, one and all, armed with repeating crossbows and great shafts fletched with 4 feathers, capable of piercing even the strongest iron. Great was the day of these soldiers when the weapons were placed into their hands, for they believed that with their hard-earned skills and such mighty tools of war, victory would be swiftly theirs. As darkness fell, the soldiers gathered to discuss the strategies they would employ. A veteran said,
"Shoot its eyes to blind it, and the bug won't be able to hit us."
A young one said, "Shoot its heart to stop its breath, and the creature will perish." A brave one said,
"Shoot its legs to cripple it, and let it wait for death."
Long they debated, each seeking to sway the others, but none could be swayed. At last, they resolved to each follow their own strategy and see which would prevail on the field. The next day, the Four-Feathered Army lined up in neat rows. At the given signal, a storm of arrows was released, yet each archer aimed as they judged best, and not a single shaft found its mark in the same place as another. The hide of the Fuban was so thick that the rain of arrows served only to vex the creature. In the end, the valiant soldiers were scattered and put to flight. Alas, minds divided need not always agree, yet the strength of one alone has its limits. In unity lies true strength, and only with a single purpose can the greatest deeds be accomplished. A fellowship divided against itself cannot endure, but is ever doomed to ruin. Someone should have told Boromir that during Lord of the Rings. That's the rat archer. Rat soldier. Helmets bright and halberds keen, marching where the war banners lean. To the border's drum they march in time. Behind their shields their courage climbs. In Sandgate Village, a rat widow grieved, her husband devoured by the tiger vanguard, had left nothing behind but his sand shield, a royal reward. Her sons, born after their father's demise, were her last hope. Pointing to the shield, she decreed to her growing sons,
"If you don't slay that tiger, you're no sons of mine."
And so they trained with the second prince, vowing to take vengeance on the tiger vanguard. Among them, one boy, frail and ill-suited for combat, loved ink and paper over spear and shield. His mother's scolding and punishments were frequent, forcing him to commit to the martial arts. He did try hard, yet his efforts only left him feeble and trembling. The same skill that took only a few days to acquire for his peers could take him weeks with no noticeable progress. Even the prince urged him to explore a different path. Therefore, the boy's enthusiasm for martial waned further. As his brothers donned red armor and golden shields, he stood alone, enduring more beatings and scorn. Once, his mother went too far with her harsh words.
"Better to be eaten by the tiger than remain useless at home,"
which drove him to steal his father's shield and spear to fulfill his mother's wish. The tiger vanguard knocked him down in 2 moves, mouth opened for a gulp. But stones were hurled, striking the tiger in his head. Startled, the tiger vanguard gazed around for the culprit. Some of the rats seized the moment, dragging away their kin from the tiger's grasp. The vanguard turned to chase, but there stood the rat soldiers, those who had never ventured from the dunes, now spears pointed, shields hoisted, a line of defiance so fierce they dared the tiger to challenge them. The tiger hesitated, and the rats left safely. That boy did later forsake the warrior's way, but he took up his bow alongside the rat archers. With a sharp mind and truer aim, he even saved his kin in turn. So many stories. I love this. Rat Governor! Through omens he sensed impending blight, yet he turned away, veering from the light. Unaware, the days of plenty ceased to flow. The nation, infested with rodents, lost its glow. In the same year that Kingdom of Sahali was renamed as Kingdom of Flowing Sands, the Rodent Reverence Edict was proclaimed throughout the country. This edict declared rats as celestial beings protected by the king's law, making it illegal to harm them. Whosoever breached this commandment would face the king's judgment. Hence, rat-guais from across the land flocked to the kingdom. Although strife ensued between commoners and guais, none dared defy the king's decree. For the well-being of people, the scholars of the Royal Academy planned a petition to implore the segregation of rat-guais to the southwest corner of the capital. Man, this breakfast sandwich just does not want to leave me alone. Keep burping, my apologies. Among these scholars, there was an elder who was deeply skilled in divination. On the day of the petition, right before the scholars were to meet the king, the elder divined for his career, which came out as a grave omen.
Not an auspicious time for it,
he told his students the omen in secret.
I advise you to take sick leave with me today.
However, his students, faithful and young, heeded him not and went forth gallantly. Just as the elder stepped outside the palace, the royal guards encircled the hall. Sounds of agony then filled the air, unfolding the bloodshed within. Hands covering his trembling ears, the elder slowly made his way home. After 3 kingless assemblies and a major court reshuffle, he was promoted to Grand Governor, a rank that bestowed him years of wealth and glory. But one day, as he peered into a bronze mirror, he noticed that his nose was elongated, and bristles had sprouted on both sides. Henceforth, he forsook mirrors, knowing he would always bear a rat's visage like all those absented from that petition. We're making good time. We're making good time. I'm just seeing how much further down the list, because I can tell what chapter I'm in just by the which enemy goes where. Rat Captain, a visage strange with shoulders wide, 2 heads upon them side by side. Before the royal grace be repaid, my steadfast heart will never fade. In the kingdom of Juzi, a woman gave birth to a 2-headed child, causing great horror throughout the cities. People lamented the unfortunate fate of the woman and her child, predicting that the child would be difficult to raise. Contrary to their expectations, the child not only survived past infancy, but also grew stronger and healthier than most others. The folks then again speculated that while the child might grow up, he would surely be a fool. However, as the child matured, he proved to be quite intelligent. His 2 heads gave him a unique perspective, allowing him to come up with ideas that others couldn't. 2 heads are better than 1, literally. Disappointed by their failed predictions, the folks declared the child to be an ill omen, foretelling future disasters. The constant rumors eventually drove the 2-headed youth to leave his hometown. Wow, they really kept trying to find fault with this 2-headed child, and yet the 2-headed child kept surpassing them. Oh, this child is not going to survive. Child survives. Oh, this 2-headed child is going to be an idiot. Turns out to be quite smart. And they're all like, dang, this joker is still living. He's still thriving. What can we do to get rid of him? I know! Let's cancel him! There's no social media during this time, but let's cancel him. Years later, a beetle with a stone-carved Buddha head attacked the border of the kingdom of Sahali. The king dispatched his army to defend the city, but they suffered repeated defeats. Morale plummeted, and as thoughts of retreat began to plague the soldiers' hearts, a tall 2-headed man in the army stood out and volunteered to lead an elite squad in a raid against the Yaoguai. On the day of the battle, he arranged his elite soldiers in a line. When the Yaoguai attacked, they threw coal dust on it and then sprayed strong liquor from their mouths to create pillars of fire that detonated the coal dust. Terrified by the fire, the Yaoguai quickly withdrew into the desert. Seeing that this tactic could temporarily repel the Yaoguai, the king was greatly relieved and appointed the 2-headed man as a captain. Learning that his child were also 2-headed, the king decreed that the position of captain would be hereditary in his family, encouraging his children to join the army and strengthen the forces. One can only wonder what the folks from his hometown would say upon hearing such news.
Not only did we try to cancel this man, but he also got promoted, and the king wants his children to follow in his footsteps! We can't win! He can't be stopped! We want to cancel him!
It's crazy. It's crazy how they moved to try and cancel this dude, and all he wanted to do was help. But that's the Rat Captain. Rat Imperial Guard. Yin prevails. Yang's essence fades. Adorned in finery, blades parade. Once malice stirs within the heart, words become weapons, tearing apart. Since the Yellow Wind King had sequestered himself within the valley, his hoarded treasures were left to the care of his trusted minions. One day, when a purple gold incensory vanished from the half-emptied storeroom, the rumor of theft, once a mere murmur, built into a raucous clamor, until the rat guai who guarded the storeroom was finally accused of pilfering from his own charge. The tale reached the ears of the Rat Imperial Guards. Clad in crimson, they were the secret Imperial enforcers. Basically the Dai. They were basically the Dai. They went to interrogate the Rat Guard, hoping for a share of the spoils, but the humiliated guard was found lifeless, his neck wedged in a noose, dangling in his cell. With his death, the gossip mongers painted the Imperial Guards as vilifiers of the innocent, coercing false confessions. With no means to defend themselves, the Imperial Guards launched a thorough inquiry, desperate to clear their names. Fortune struck when they unearthed the incensory within the nest of the Rat Guard's apprentice. The crowd's scorn shifted, branding the young apprentice as a betrayer and avaricious soul. Be right back. All right, kitty, take your time. I'm gonna continue reading. Yet, in the face of the Imperial Guard's iron grip, the apprentice unfurled a new thread of the story. The incensory had been pilfered by the civet sergeant as a tribute to the Tiger Vanguard. It was the apprentice who, learning of his master's unjust fate, dared to retrieve it in secret. Verified by the Imperial Guards, the tale swayed public sentiment once more, from jeers to praise. But whispers are like a fickle breeze. Soon it was murmured that the thieving chief acted not out of greed, but out of a son's duty, to rescue his mother from the bowels of the Tiger Temple. The crowds murmured anew, their judgment as shifting as the sand. Alas, what is a grain of truth in a desert of tales? Actions taken in the cloak of shadows are often proclaimed in light as something else entirely. That's real life. Good God, that's real life. Perhaps it is the angle from which we plead our cause that crafts a different truth. And when a truth finds the light, it is often because some prefer an audience blind to the rest of the story. Good God! This is good. You can apply this statement to real life now. Bruh, game science cooked with this. Pitstone. The mystic's art breathes life into stone. A servant bestowed, but caution be shown. A nature fierce, beware its provocation, for crossing its paths brings fatal devastation. Once upon a time, there lived a pretentious scholar who took great pride in a paperweight he collected. Whenever his guests commented that it was merely an ordinary stone with no notable features, the scholar would respond by sharing a peculiar tale. During his adventurous youth, the scholar embarked on a treacherous journey. Exhausted and seeking respite, he leaned against a massive stone for a snooze. Suddenly, he felt the stone come alive. Skeletons emerged from its crevices, and the stone sprouted limbs, resembling a grotesque creature. Terrified, the scholar ran for his life until he stumbled upon a desolate valley, where he noticed a gaunt monk meditating atop a boulder. Struck by the peculiar sight, he contemplated fleeing once more. Words. Yet, to his astonishment, he sensed the relentless pursuit of the stone creature from behind. Just as he stood on the verge of being crushed, the very boulder beneath the monk unexpectedly rose, revealing two mighty arms that pummeled and shattered the pursuing creature. Amidst this terrifying clash, the scholar barely managed to escape, and the paperweight, as he claimed, was a remnant of that cataclysmic fight. The guests erupted into laughter upon hearing the tale, mocking the scholar for spicing up his wild dream to impress them. The scorned scholar, though indignant, began to doubt the truth of his tale himself, and lost interest in the paperweight. Eventually, he banished it to a forgotten corner, never to be shown again. Pale Stone. Mighty and strong, its presence grand, with secret quartz like shimmering sand. Chosen for the righteous, a sacred embrace, nature's justice reflected in its grace. In a small kingdom west of the Black Wind Mountain, the aging king lived in constant fear of his dwindling lifespan. Desperate to find the elixir of longevity, he embarked on a frantic search for a solution. One day, an immortalist informed the king that some consuming quartz could extend his life and bestow eternal youth. Upon hearing this, the king immediately issued a royal decree commanding his subjects to scour the lands in search of quartz. Eager to claim their reward, stone miners ventured deep into the desolate Yellow Wind Ridge. There, they came across a stone being with an enormous head adorned with a brilliant white mineral quartz. News of the discovery reached the king, who promptly dispatched his crown prince with an army to collect the precious quartz. Little did they know that as they ventured into the ridge, they would be enveloped by swirling dust and relentless yellow winds. Cunning and treacherous, the stone beings lurked beneath the earth, lying in wait. Whenever someone approached, they would swarm out in a coordinated ambush, ensnaring their unsuspecting prey from both sides. The army suffered heavy casualties before obtaining even a trace of the coveted quartz. In a state of desperation, a messenger was dispatched to the capital, bearing a plea of withdrawal that detailed the perilous expedition and the dreadful calamities befalling the men. However, the aged king remained steadfast in his resolve, insistent on obtaining a substantial amount of quartz. Eventually, the crown prince returned with the coveted quartz and an army halved, and requested to present the precious mineral to his father in the royal chamber. Seizing the opportunity, he initiated a coup and plunged a knife into the king's heart, leaving him to die holding his cherished quartz of longevity on his bed. That's a horrible way to go. You send your armies out to get something that was told that could extend your lifespan, and since you sent out your prince to go and do this, and he lost half of his people, and the king made you stay there, so the prince comes back and kills his father, and leaves him dying holding the one thing that was supposed to bring him longer life. He dies holding something that was supposed to let him live longer. That's poetically horrifying. That's Pale Stone. Poise Stone. Agile and extraordinary, with strength untold. Delicate in form, light as a feather's hold. Pure beauty, untouched by mortal's trace. Proud as a frost-kissed maiden's grace. Before obtaining the stone essence, the mother of stones was originally a blue quartz in the shape of a woman. The blue quartz had the unique ability to absorb the essence of the moon. Through ages of absorption, she attained enlightenment earlier than other stone guais and was honored as the mountain deity. And we kinda killed her. When the Buddha head stone guai appeared, the other stone guais convened and decided to expel the guai from the mountain. They sought the help of the Mother of Stones. However, she refused, fearing the possibility of her blue quartz to be shattered in battle. Yet, on the day of battle, seeing that the stone guais were on the verge of defeat, she could no longer bear to stand by and decided to join the fight. Noticing the pale stones launching their quartz like a barrage of arrows to sneak attack the Buddha head guai, she imitated their action despite her deep attachment to her precious quartz. Despite their best efforts, they were still losing. When her blue quartz was shattered by a punch, the Mother of Stones fell to the ground in despair. Unexpectedly, a yellow-furred leading a group of yaoguais came to their aid. Yellow-furred? A yellow-furred leading a group of yaoguai came to their aid. Seeing her grievance, the rat responded. The rat persuaded.
What is broken is destined not to return. If we let the guai escape, wouldn't it be an even greater loss?
Hearing this, the Mother of Stones regained her strength and rose up. Together, they subdued the Buddha head stone guai. As compensation for her loss, the yellow-furred rat gifted her the stone essence. I believe it was supposed to be a yellow-furred rat leading a group of yaoguai. Yeah. The yellow-furred rat gifted her the stone essence. With the essence bestowed, the Mother of Stones gained great powers. Yet as her form grew less mobile, she crafted poise stones from blue quartz, reflections of her former self, to watch over the mountain's happenings. Perhaps she did this to glimpse what she once was, what could never return. So that explains why the Mother of Stone does not move when we're fighting her as a boss in the second chapter. Because she kept crafting poise stones in her stead, but it kept leaving her more and more immobile. Blazebone. On the road, bare bones on display. Flesh rotted, decayed, faded away. Long gone, forgotten in name. His homeland lost, in death's claim. In the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie, in the land of Yellow Wind Ridge, where relentless winds rage day and night, the tomb mounds were often ravaged by the mighty gusts, revealing the exposed bones, a sight all too familiar. One day, a hurried merchant found himself passing through Yellow Wind Ridge on an urgent matter. However, the villagers warned him of the terrible danger and refused to be his guide. After walking alone for hours, the merchant rested by the roadside, eating his rations. It was then that he noticed a set of skeletal remains in the withered grass. The bones were incomplete due to greedy vultures and wolves. "Were you slain by bandits, lying here in this desolate place? Or, like me, did you find no joy in life and chose to end it yourself?" Overwhelmed with sorrow, the merchant sighed as he looked upon the skull and wondered aloud. "You now lie uncovered in the wilderness, and I can only imagine the sorrow your family must feel." Moved by compassion, he untied his bundle, weeping as he began to dig a grave to bury the remains. Suddenly, the skeleton sat up, startling the merchant, who fell to the ground and scrambled backwards in fear. Using bony hands to support itself, the skeleton approached the merchant and pushed the bundle towards him. Astonished, the merchant cautiously accepted the bundle and resumed his journey. The skeleton followed him for a distance, and together they traveled peacefully for hours. Gradually, the merchant let his guard down and removed his inner shirt to drape it over the skeleton's frame. From that moment on, whenever a strange noise arose, the skeleton would guide the merchant to take cover behind rocks. With fervent glances, the merchant would then witness guais passing by the path. For several days, they continued on this way until the merchant finally reached the main road again. That was the moment the skeleton ceased to move. Grateful for its companionship, the merchant offered to transport the skeleton's remains back to its homeland. However, after a moment's hesitation, the skeleton turned and walked back into the swirling sands of the ridge. Perhaps it had already forgotten where it came from. And that was Blazebone. Spearbone! In a world where paths are never clear, where directions are oft lost in fear, in the spear tip a mighty and noble stand, behind the shield a pride so grand. Pancake recipe and delicious foods? Excellent, excellent. I'll look over it later. The priests of Windrest were proud warriors. Their shields were emblazoned with the tiger, and they danced with crescent-shaped spears, commanding a presence that frightened oft guais. During funerals, they would lead the procession, striking their shields and proclaiming themselves as leading generals. The priests held a high status in Windrest. Even the minor guais in the mountain would frequently offer them rare delicacies, hoping to ensure their peace and to avoid being banished. One day, a settler noticed an increase in the mountain guai's population and sought the advice of the sorcerers. Dismissive, the priests responded,
"The guais and us, we inhabit the same mountains. An encounter would be inevitable. Since they present us with tribute, we might as well spare them."
A few years later, strange winds began to sweep across the valley, stirring up chaos. The guais ran wild, causing trouble frequently. Dressed in their warrior attire, the priests raised their shields and ventured out of the settlement to confront the unruly guais. However, the guais didn't fear them. The priests' spears and shields, which were once their pride, could only repel a few minor ones before they were surrounded. The leader, a red-robed rat, sneered,
We had peace only because of the bodhisattva meditating up in these mountains. You mortals surely did think you could actually defeat us, did you?
Seeing the priests unable to repel the guais and instead provoking their anger, the settlers locked the gate of Windrest, demanding that the guais be expelled before they could return. The priests met their end on the mountains, remaining in their battle stances, serving as ominous omens to those who pass by. So yeah, they are basically dead. The spearbones, they're not just beings that have like helmets on. They are dead. Wow, we just straight up fighting undead. Let me stretch. Wow, an hour's passed already. And we're still on enemies of Chapter 2. But we're getting there. Swift Bat. In shadows deep the bat guai lies, far from clamor under the skies. In moonlit hues blood it sips, as through yellow wind it slips. After the harvest, the rentman arrived in the village. The villagers cleaned a long-abandoned manor for his stay and treated him to a sumptuous feast. Sumptuous? Is that better than scrumptious? Full from food and drink, the village chief spoke directly.
The rent is a heavy burden on us. Is there any possibility to reduce it?
The rent collector replied,
The rent has been determined by your lord. I'm but a paid man tasked with taking what is due. I have no power to change it.
The talk turned into an unending argument. As dusk approached, the villagers hastily left. An old widower lingered, offering a suggestion to the rentman.
Our village offers little amusement, but on that hill, there's a pavilion fine for moon gazing. Should you grow weary, 'tis a place to ease your mind.
With these words... Oh, wait, it's a dude. I'm so used to widower being like maybe women, but not dudes, so that threw me off. Our village offers little amusement, but on that hill there's a pavilion fine for moon viewing. Should you grow weary, 'tis a place to ease your mind. With those words, he too departed. I think this is a trap. This is a trap. This is a trap. I haven't even read ahead yet. This is a trap. That night, the rentman, lantern in hand, pondered his ledgers and the days of disputes ahead. Seeking solace, he walked toward the pavilion. But as he stepped into the courtyard, a figure descended with wings of flesh, claws for hands, and a maw of pointed teeth. Terrified, he fled, only to be ambushed by a similar creature lurking in the trees. The bat guai squabbled over him for the first bite, chittering and chattering. Seeing them locked in stalemate, the rentman drew a blade from his belt and beheaded one. The other sprang, fangs bared towards him, but he dodged it with a struggled roll. That night, the rentman and the bat dog fought. Fangs and blade clashed until dawn. Come morning, villagers come to the manor to prepare the rentman his morning meal, only to find him sitting by the door, a blade at his side, pinning two headless bat corpses to the earth. In the days that followed, they paid their full rent and hosted another rich feast, sending the rent man back to the town with due respect. These town folks literally wanted to kill this rent man because they didn't want to pay their full rent for the entire village. So they tried to have this man killed by going up to a place where they knew bat guai were capable of killing people. And the rent man proved to be far stronger than they anticipated, killing both of those bat guai. And seeing him alive, they was all like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll pay it now. They literally sent that man up there to die because they didn't want to pay rent. And when he came back, I was all like, yeah, we're going to pay rent because it's clearly you are stronger than you're strong enough to defend yourself from that. First of all, these villagers are crazy. But that swift bat, withered corpse. In my lowly life, the end is here. Soul adrift, my body lingers there. Once suffered the wicked wind's cruel sting. No peace shall wandering ever bring. In the shadow of Mordor, in the shadow of Yellow Wind Ridge, where gusts weave labyrinths of sand, trade seldom reach here, save for a lone hamlet downhill, the only bazaar in the land. Among the market stands, an Everlife shop stood as the sole purveyor of coffins. I wanted to make sure I read that right. On that fateful day, the shopkeeper idled inside when a man of lumbering gait entered, garbed like a beggar. As the shopkeeper rose to shoo him away, the man spoke.
Hold, sir. I've come not to beg but to buy coffins.
With quiet words, he told of his village laid to ruin by bandits, and his need for 4 coffins to lay the dead to rest. Suspicious but intrigued, the shopkeeper agreed to a trade in their native herbs, suoyang and kongrong. The shopkeeper gathered his lads and followed the man, with 4 coffins on an ox cart. Laboring through sand and wind, they reached the village at dusk. Here, the man uttered,
all life ends and returns to the earth. These winds can do harm, and if our bodies are not properly buried, our souls might be twisted. Please, sir, bury my family with these coffins. We had suoyang and kongrong in our hearth. Take as much as you like.
And with that, he vanished. Entering the village, the shopkeeper found all living things slaughtered, not a soul left alive. There, before a grand dwelling, lay the man and his kin long dead. Hurriedly, they entombed the 4 corpses atop a scenic cliff, took nothing, and fled for their lives, because the man who came to the shop was a ghost. He was already dead. These are some horror stories. Wow. Weasel Captain.
It's a secret to survival in a very nasty world.
Wise in the guai's wayward hearts, yet shuns the lonely monkish arts. On the yellow ridge of desolation, ends a tale by separation. Ever since the strange wind stirred again at Yellow Wind Ridge, life had grown harsh for the lesser guais. Tiger Vanguard and the King of Flowing Sands fought for dominance, troubling the Weasel kin caught between the 2 powers. One day, the Weasel Captain sat by the sand field, brooding over years of humiliation. Thoughts of death took hold in him, and he found a withered tree. He hung his belt and stepped on a pile of rocks and slipped his head through the noose. Regret came as he kicked away the stones. In agony and dizziness, he struggled, but freedom eluded him. Just then, someone held his feet, and a gleaming sickle sliced through the air, cutting the noose. The Weasel Captain collapsed, gasping for air, and saw a gaunt crone with a medicine basket.
If you loathe to die, live well, she said,
and left, unbothered by his nature. Transforming into a weasel, the Weasel Captain followed her home, a dwelling with crumbling walls and an empty barn. She lived there alone after the death of her husband and son, foraging for herbs to trade in order to survive. The captain, moved by their shared misfortunes, decided to stay and help. Disguised as an old man fleeing famine, he claimed to be alone and found shelter with the crone. By day, he hunted in Yellowwind Ridge. By night, he enlisted stone sprites to mend the house. Together, they thrived, much to the villagers' envy. One day, 2 villagers trailed the captain, curious about his hunting prowess. Little did they know as they watched him that he would suddenly transform back into his original form, a clothed weasel guai with a gleaming curved blade at his waist. Feeling threatened by a non-human, the villagers spread their tale, and a Taoist was summoned to slay the weasel captain. Not long after the weasel guai was killed, the crone passed away. The villagers, deeming the house cursed, divided the hides and herbs before setting the place ablaze. Wow, these are some horror stories. These are just straight up horror stories. One, not only do you send someone to kill the weasel captain, but after the weasel captain and the old lady are dead, you divide the hides and the herbs and everything else the house has to offer, and then you just set the house on fire. Because burning a house down automatically removes curses, right? But that's the weasel captain. Civet sergeant! Neglecting work, indulging in ease, in quiet comfort seeking to please. When children misbehave and play, they turn fierce like wolves in disarray. Yo, Gajil, what's going on, bro? I need you to be careful while you're here because I'm reading all of the journal entries. And since you told me you were just now getting to, like, what, chapter 3? There are going to be some spoiler-heavy stuff in this. It's best that you leave so you don't spoil yourself. I mean, it's good to see you, bro. It's always good to see you, but I do not want to spoil you before you encounter some of the enemies that are in this list. Enemies and characters that are in this list. Yeah, man. I don't want to spoil you. I don't want to spoil you. I told you this is a game you need to experience completely without spoilers whatsoever. Without spoilers whatsoever. I don't want you to see anything before you encounter it. It is imperative that you play this game for yourself. And I haven't read this yet. I'm gonna get me a bottle of water because I feel like I'm gonna need it. I feel like I'm gonna need it as I read through all of this. I'll be right back. Let me grab a bottle. All right, back and got me a nice old big old bottle of water. Civet sergeant, neglecting work, indulging in ease, in quiet comfort, seeking to please. When children misbehave and play, they turn fierce like wolves in disarray. Once, there was a rich landlord who had built many houses. Among them, there was a court where none lived. It had a clear pond, an old elm, and a swing. The village children longed to play there. Sorry, I moved really quickly and it's just a little... I moved quickly up and down the stairs real quickly. Just a little bit. The landlord, however, ordered his servants to guard the court and allow no one near. As days passed, the children grew bolder. They began throwing pebbles to draw the guards away, hoping to sneak in. The day soon came when one of the servants was struck in the eye by a pebble they threw. Enraged, the landlord decided to dismiss the guardians of the court and simply lock the gate, posting a notice that read, "Beware the civet guai within. Enter at your own risk." The young ones dismissed the warnings as nothing but an empty threat. They scaled the walls, gathered the elm seeds, played on the swing, and caught fish in the clear waters of the pond. Their laughter echoed through the court. All of a sudden, tiles from the roof came hurtling down, landing near the children. Startled, they cried out aloud and drew their parents to the court. The adults arrived, shouting for the owner of the palace and demanding recompense for the peril that had befallen their children. After much shouting, a sharp voice rang out from the rear roof.
Begone, mortals, lest you seek your doom!
At those words, two blades whirled out from nowhere, spinning in a deadly dance, and left wounds upon many. In terror, the crowd turned and fled. So there really was a civet guai in there. Is that the reason why the dude made it so that the children couldn't be in there? Because a guai was living in the court as well? But that's the civet sergeant. On to the Ling Shiling. Deep, I really hope that I'm pronouncing these correctly. If I'm not, please forgive me. I'm an American dude that has no training on how to say Chinese words and Chinese names correctly. So you'll just have to bear with me with my ignorance. Deep in the woods beneath the trees, where mountains green and waters please, it guards its friends with gentle ease, but gathers strength when threats it sees. In the highland bounds, a famed wine estate thrived, renowned for its medical brews. Medicinal, not medical. Medicinal brews. These beverages, with their enchanting aroma and exquisite flavor, were beloved by the people, and its business flourished. The master of the estate had two sons, coming of age, noble in their aspirations, yet prideful in their hearts. Cared not for the art of brewing. They spent their time seeking the company of heroes, heedless of their father's admonishments. It was at this time that a bereaved family in the village uncovered a disturbing incident, the desecration of their loved one's grave. The villagers gathered there only to discover the shattered coffin lid and clusters of fungi where the corpse should have lain. Such sporadic incidents had occurred before, yet remained unresolved, prompting the brothers to uncover the truth. Day after day they scoured the mountain, until one fateful night, as the two stealthily returned home in the darkest hour, they caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing into their brewery cellar. They pursued the presumed thief only to discover a monstrous creature capped with a blood-red lingji mushroom. Without hesitation, the brothers lunged forward, slaying the creature on the spot. The sound startled the master, who arrived not only to find the lingji creature lying dead. Filled with a mix of anger and frustration, he revealed that the creature was in fact the brewer of the finest beverage of the estate. His sons, who had been intent on showcasing their conquests, were filled with shame and regret, and dared not utter another word. Their business dwindled in the years that followed, a once grand manor in disarray. Unable to endure the situation any longer, the brothers resolved to leave home in search of a new life. Prior to their departure, the aged master hosted a grand feast, bidding farewell to them alongside relatives and friends. Curiously, after their departure, the business suddenly flourished once more. Only the master knew the reason behind it. Every midnight, two monstrous beings bearing an uncanny resemblance to his two sons, with Lingji mushroom caps atop their heads, would toil to craft the finest brews for the brewery. Did he have his sons turned into Lingzilings? Did he have his sons did they turn into Lingzilings? Bearing an uncanny resemblance to his sons? If that's the case, that's scary. Let's move on. Supporter Monk. Strength unused with no place due. Lifting stones a task askew. Eyes so bright yet lost in haze. An empty gaze lost in self's maze. In the past, the craftsmen building the Grand Hall in the New West, we have officially entered New West territory now. We have officially entered Chapter 3 territory. In the past, the craftsmen building the Grand Hall in the New West frequently encountered strange occurrences, leading many to quit. Curious, one craftsman sought out the abbot, reputed to be a high monk, for answers. The abbot, without hesitation, led him to the Great Pagoda, where he revealed the Lantern Warden. The craftsmen were terrified, having heard tales of yaoguai in their youth but never having seen one. At that moment, a wondrous sound echoed through the Great Pagoda, and the Lantern Warden emitted a blinding light, causing the craftsmen to lose their sight. They cried out in despair. The abbot smiled and said,
"To see the truth, one must be willing to sacrifice even sight. You might as well stay here in this temple and practice the path to ultimate bliss with me. Perhaps you will have the chance to transcend and reach the Buddha's realm."
Realizing they were now blind and unable to find work, the craftsmen decided to abandon the secular life and join the temple. They asked the abbot how they should practice, and he replied,
"Whatever you are skilled at, practice that."
The craftsmen, known for their great strength, decided to pursue enlightenment through martial arts. Despite their blindness, they trained under the temple's overseeing monks. They tied large stones to iron chains and attached them to their wrists, lifting them daily. This also conveniently prepared the stones needed for the temple's construction. The abbot was pleased and appointed them as supporter monks, saving a considerable amount in labor costs. So the supporter monks are essentially those really big dudes that we've seen that carry those big old stones on their shoulders. The image here may not showcase what they look like in the game, because in the game, the dudes are roided out. They got, I won't say they have Yujiro Hama levels of muscle, but they have Hulk levels of muscle when Hulk still looked like the Hulk and not, Mark Ruffalo. Like an actual threat. But that's the supporter monk. Onwards to the blade monk. A foolish monk hears a wise voice divine. Beheading seen as practice, and evil so refined. Crooked paths lead to ever-twisted ways. The wicked blade awakens, yet the mind still strays. The Yakshas who sought refuge in the New West were mostly unwilling to sever their old grudges, and thus served as lay disciples in the temple. Some Yakshas, however, aspired to attain enlightenment and shaved their hair to become inner disciples. They had promised their master to sever 1,000 heads to prove their resolve. Bit dramatic, but okay. Yellowbrow was pleased and bestowed upon them special blades, calling them blade monks, and allowed them to practice in the pagoda realm. If they truly managed to behead 1,000 foes, they could become arats in the main hall. Sounds like a secondary objective you can have for a character to get like an exclusive upgrade or an exclusive perk or something. Initially, sorry, I'm just thinking about video games. Initially, the blade monks thought this task would be easy, as the pagoda realm was filled with newcomers on the path of enlightenment. However, the path grew more challenging as they found the remaining inhabitants of the pagoda realm to all be formidable adversaries, the agile and elusive starved abominations, whom they couldn't catch. the long-limbed lantern wardens, whom they dared not provoke, the temperamental enslaved Yakshas, whose cruel vengeance they feared, and even the weakest Yaksha archers, who had become mad and terrifying after practicing the closed-eye meditation technique. Seeing that the red-haired Yakshas often sat quietly alone, appearing very docile, they decided to target them. Idiots. Although the red-haired Yakshas believed all beings deserved to live, he harbored a deep hatred for those who beheaded others due to the war that destroyed their nation and their own fate. Thus, he showed no mercy and promptly beheaded the blade monks who attempted to do so. What did I tell you? Play idiot games, win idiot prizes. After this lesson, the blade monks became subdued but remained resentful. They often hid in corners, ambushing passers-by to aid to their account of beheading through their treacherous means. They once were able to stand up in front of people, but after getting humbled by the red-haired Yakshas, they were all like, yeah, we kind of need to sneak and be sneaky with this. We need to embrace our inner Starscream for this. Yeah, them red-haired Yakshas ain't no joke. They humbled these jokers. But that's the blade monk. Censer holder. Incense sticks break, the iron censer cold. Frost cuts, wind slash, thin as the monk's robes. Bitter be the path of cultivation's quest. Elusive bliss, hidden truths, the soul's dreams oppressed. Years ago, a merchant sought to cross the New West to conduct business. He should have taken the official road around the mountain, but due to a limited budget and dwindling supplies, he decided to take a shortcut over the mountain. Not long after venturing upon the mountain, he lost his way. Was it worth it, pal? The path was blocked by snow, and the cold was biting. The merchant, both freezing and frightened, was at a loss when he saw an ascetic monk, bare-fisted and carrying a censer, passing by on a nearby slope. In a moment of desperation, the merchant hurriedly dragged his goods and followed the monk. The monk walking slowly, but the merchant, burdened by his goods, moved even slower and could never quite catch up. In this manner, the two of them, one leading and one following, climbed to the mountain's peak, where a grand temple stood. Overjoyed, the merchant planned to rest there and hire some monks to help carry his goods over the mountain. But as he approached the temple gate, he became wary. There were many monks standing like statues in the snow, completely motionless. The merchant was alarmed and frantically searched for the monk who had led him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and saw several monks carrying censers walking among the frozen bodies. They surrounded the merchant, and just as he was about to plead for his life, a cold mist rose from the censers, freezing him in place among the snow-covered corpses.
This is a horror story! This is a horror story!
Bruh should have left as soon as he saw the statues, monks, statues that were just all around motionless. See? My senses would have gone off and said, like, you know what? Yeah, it's time to go. It's time to go. He didn't try to leave hard enough. This is probably going to be odd for some people who are trying to get all the journal entries and don't want the extra commentary, but too bad! Circus monkey! Through hoops they leap and somersault. With drums and tricks their skills exalt. The wicked stride with fearless ease. The kind are burdened, souls aggrieved. Years ago, after Monk Huagwo was destroyed, the macaque chief led his followers away, seeking a new place to practice. They trekked to the Flaming Mountains, hoping to settle there. However, a plague soon broke out among the monkeys. The macaque chief ordered the sick monkeys to be thrown into a deep valley, giving him that Heihachi Kazuya Mishima treatment. This action instilled fear among the monkeys, causing them to abandon him and wander aimlessly. They traveled through mortal cities, disguising themselves as circus monkeys to earn a living. However, after each performance, the audience would disperse, leaving them with meager earnings and empty bellies. One day, a monkey had a sudden idea. Why not use their performances to gather people together and then rob them? I mean, it's a smart idea. With that thought, they beat their drums and gongs, performing energetically to attract a crowd. Once the audience had gathered, they killed them. Okay, I didn't think it was going to go that far. I didn't read that far. Once the audience had... Great. I got to rescind what I just said. It's not a good idea. See, bringing people together so you can rob them, that's an idea. But bringing them together so you can kill them and rob them? No, great. Now it's going to make me sound weird for saying, like, it's a good idea. Oh, they killed them. Huh? Keep drinking some of this water. Once the audience had gathered, they killed them, stripped them of their clothes and valuables, and fled to the next city. It was in this manner that they eventually reached the New West, and upon hearing that the macaque chief was also practicing there, they decided to become monks. Feeling the weight of his guilt towards his kin, the macaque chief avoided them, which only fueled their resentment. I know it's funny. Now it's going to be up there. It's all like, it's a good idea. Oh, once the audience had gathered, they killed them. Oh no. It was in this manner that they eventually reached the New West, and upon hearing that the macaque chief was also practicing there, they decided to become monks. Feeling the weight of his guilt towards his kin, the macaque chief avoided them, which only fueled their resentment. Knowing they were no match for the macaque chief, they took on the role of welcoming guests, so that by striking a gong, they could summon other guais patrolling the area. They waited every day for the chance to see the macaque chief, planning to summon the local guai and give him a good beating when the time came. So that's the reason why that one with the gong slaps the gong, in the hope of drawing more guai to, kill whoever they're summoning for. Overseeing monk, also known as the one-punch monks. With closed eyes, he practices through mere fist. In silence discerns the loyal from the twist. Cutting thoughts, he seeks the pure domain. Desires quelled, new bonds are slain. In the temple, all monks could seek guidance from those more skilled. Among them, the monks who were passionate about fist martial arts always followed the second senior disciple, non-able, to practice and train. Their temperament was also similar to non-ables, as they were most inclined to fight for justice, earning them the title of overseeing monks. Since the non-able was punished by the master and sent to the towers of karma to reflect on his mistakes, the overseeing monks lost their protector. As a result, they often suffered greatly when standing up for others. Image quality still good, telling me to use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less, but I haven't moved anything. Troubled, the overseeing monks went to ask the master the solution. The master smiled and said, "If you do not see, your mind will be If you do not see, your mind will be free from obstacles. The greatest affliction of men is weakness. Close your eyes and focus on your own cultivation." Initially, the overseeing monks covered their eyes with cloth, but when they removed the cloth, they still couldn't ignore what they saw and heard. Then Yellow Brow suggested,
"Why not try gouging out your eyes?"
Okay. From then on, the temple had a new skill called Blind Zen. Practitioners of this art nurtured their minds to be as serene as still waters by turning a blind eye to the distractions of the world. But can they truly attain stillness? Perhaps any slight sound would only further agitate their restless hearts. So you mean to tell me that these jokers gouge out their own eyes so that they can truly be non-distracted by what they see? I mean, you can't see once you have your eyes plucked out, but you get what I mean. But that was the overseeing monk. Onwards to the dual blade monk. Dual blade monk. Clad in red attire with twin blades in hand. His pristine edges dance and gleam, their spirits bold and grand. Within each blade resides a hidden art concealed. Midlife brings true wisdom, the balanced path revealed. In days past, a monk wielding twin blades sought out new Thunderclap Temple, hoping to learn more advanced techniques there. His blades were plain in appearance. Thus, upon entering the New West and seeing the dazzling and peculiar weapons of the Yakshas, he was filled with envy. In his childhood, he had once admired a pair of ornate blades, but his master had scolded him for his vanity. Focusing on the beauty of your weapon will only lead you astray in martial arts. The monk had taken these words to heart, but now, seeing that others did not adhere to this principle, he began to waver. He approached the Yakshas, inquiring about the aesthetics of their swords. The Yakshas were puzzled and replied,
The more beautiful the blade, the more I want to practice with them. How could that be a hindrance?
Still uncertain, the monk sought advice from his senior, Non-Pure, who was skilled with a monk's spade. Non-Pure replied,
Since you have already mastered your techniques, why cling to the past?
Taking this to heart, the monk abandoned his old blades and, inspired by the Yaksha's ornate designs, forged himself a pair of new elaborate blades, hoping to fulfill his childhood dream. However, despite their striking appearance, the new ones were not the familiar plain ones he had used for years, and with these new weapons, new flaws were revealed in the techniques he had honed over so many years. Alas, spring gives birth, summer nurtures, autumn harvests, and winter stores. All things have their seasons. Gaining something out of season, even if obtained, is still a loss. Understanding the right moment for all things is indeed a difficult lesson to learn. So many proverbs. I love this. Cyan Bat. And an enemy that I absolutely hate in this entire game. I hate this enemy. Out of all the enemies in the game, I hate this one. Iron forked spear in hand, clothed in simple garb, humble did he stand. Deep woods, a world of white, a perfect hunting land in sight. In the past, there was a butcher named Woan in Changguang village. Orphaned at a young age, his mother couldn't support him, so she sent him to apprentice with a butcher at the foot of the mountain, where he honed his skills. One day, a wealthy family in town was celebrating a birthday and invited Woan to slaughter pigs and sheep. Pleased with his work, the host rewarded him with a leg of pork. Woan decided to bring the pork leg back to his mother and set off for the village that night. Halfway there, he saw a man by the roadside, holding a hunting spear and wearing an old cloth shirt. The man called out,
Brother, I'm a hunter from the village, trapping rabbits down this slope. I'm afraid of ghosts at night. May I walk with you?
Woan nodded in agreement, and they continued on their way. After a while, the hunter started a conversation.
Brother, have you heard? There have been reports of Yaoguais on this mountain path recently.
Woan laughed. What's there to fear about Yaoguais? I have a butcher's knife at my waist and a pork leg on my shoulder. If I encountered a Yaoguai, I'll swing the pork leg at it and chop it with my knife. The hunter forced a smile. After walking a bit further, the hunter said,
Brother, you must be very skilled if you're not afraid of Yaoguais.
Woan laughed. I get something bad is about to happen. Woan laughed again. I've been slaughtering animals since I was a child. One strike can hit the vital spot, and one chop can break bones and tendons. The hunter, annoyed, said,
How can you compare Yaoguai to animals?
Woan replied seriously. There are no Yaoguais in this world. Those who uphold justice are heroes. Those who bully the innocent are simply foul beasts. The hunter, unsure how to respond, walked on in silence. Something bad is about to happen. As the village came into view, the hunter hesitated and said,
Since you're not afraid, why not turn around and look at me?
Woan had already suspected the hunter was a Yaoguai. He swung the pork leg, knocking the hunter to the ground and raised his knife to strike. The Yaoguai, losing its composure, quickly spread its wings and flew into the air, spitting,
Today I meet a tough one. Bad luck! Bad luck!
With that, it fled immediately. They say the soft persimmons are easier to squeeze. Hence, it's better to be strong. Stand firm and even Yaoguais will fear you a bit. See, this is the reason why I was suspicious. I thought that while he was walking, something was going to happen to his mother. Or something was going to happen to him. But nah, Butcher was ready. He swung on this joker and said like,
Oh no, he's actually strong. I can't kill him secretly.
even though the hunter had every opportunity. But this was a nice story. I'm glad it worked out where the dude didn't die in the end. Dude was ready. Frozen corpse. Wisdom's lamp lights seasons span. Time flows like water through our hands. Snow and wind obscure the way. Achievements dribble like bubbles grand. The temple rules state, new monks entering the temple may receive a new kasaya. Or to him. Yeah, I'm glad nothing bad happened to him or his mother. The temple rules state, new monks entering the temple may receive a new kasaya. One day... Yep, those senses really did kick in for him. One day, Master Non-Void joyfully welcomed a new disciple and personally led him to the storeroom to fetch a kasaya. The young disciple found that the kasaya was made of a simple layer of cloth, hardly adequate for the snowy mountains. He asked, Master, this thin kasaya seems suitable for summer. Could I exchange it for a woolen one? Non-Void shook his own kasaya and said, The one I wear is the same as the one in your hands, only more ornate. With the Buddha's wisdom in your heart, you shall fear the cold no more. The young disciple, still doubtful, asked, Master, I saw many seniors frozen to death by the roadside. Non-Void kindly replied, Their understanding was shallow and minds unsteady, yet you are different. I can see that you have the potential to comprehend the Buddha's wisdom. The young disciple, feeling proud, happily followed his master back with the kasaya. Not long after, another frozen corpse appeared outside the temple gate. As Non-Void led his new disciples past it, the young disciple asked, Master, did these seniors all freeze to death? Non-Void continued walking slowly and said, Fear not, my disciple. They lacked piety and wisdom, but you are different. Oh, that's terrifying. That kind of sent chills down my spine. All the people that are frozen outside the gate are the people that Non-Void has told, You're different. You're better than the ones who did this before. And then when the people inevitably fail, they just wind up being another frozen corpse outside. And as Non-Void's leading another one in, it's all like, what happened? Did they all freeze to death? Fear not, my disciple. They lacked piety and wisdom, but you are different. Nah, I'm good. Yaksha Patroller. In the mountains high above, a fiend blocks the way, with a hideous visage and a crooked blade in sway. As the wind howls wildly, souls seem to fade. For life's last salvation, be swift and do evade. The Yakshas who migrated from the west had a great fondness for meat. Maybe I'm half Yaksha because I like a good slab of steak myself. Fortunately, New Thunderclap Temple did not uphold a strict rule against eating meat, which delighted the Yakshas who sought refuge there. All the Yakshas in the mountains aspired to become patrollers, not only because of the uniquely designed large sword that looked peculiarly imposing and could fly back to its owner with great precision, but also because patrollers guarded the outer mountains and always had access to fresh meat. One day, the Yakshas gathered together, drinking blood, eating meat, and reveling in their merriment. Their raucous behavior soon became known throughout the temple. The overseeing monks who adhered to ascetic practices and only ate food, not of flesh, were displeased. Only ate food, not of flesh, were displeased. They carried a large pot to the Yakshas. When the Yakshas peered into the pot, they saw only radishes and greens, and their appetite waned. One Yaksha derided them.
Do you think eating this will help you gain a deeper understanding of Dharma? How shallow.
Another added,
Our master said that to achieve ultimate bliss, one should not restrain one's desires.
Hearing this, the supervising monk replied, My desire is to promote virtue. If I cannot persuade you, I too shall be unable to achieve ultimate bliss. Thus, both sides argued heartedly, without reaching a conclusion. Alas, eating what one likes and saying what one wants are not inherently wrong. However, one's happiness should not disturb others, and one should never derive pleasure from judging those perceived to have transgressed. In this case, both sides were at fault. America could stand to learn something from this. Yaksha Archer. The bow's stark snap doth kindle fright. The arrow's tip doth chaos incite. Gotta go, gotta prepare foods. Alright, kitty, it was great having you here. You have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm gonna keep reading on. I'm reading all the entries. The arrow's tip, the bow's stark snap doth kindle fright. The arrow's tip doth chaos incite. Blind eyes traded for an enlightened heart. Fate's ear death to a beneficent start. In the past, the Yaksha king was betrayed by the celestial beings, leading to the massacre of the royal family and the downfall of the Yaksha kingdom. After the kingdom's collapse, the Yakshas were forced into exile. The ceremonial archers who once guarded the royal entourage clung to their former glory and refused to shed their ornate armor. Despite their exceptional archery skills, their slow shooting speed and lack of close combat prowess made their exile particularly harsh. Due to their inadequate strength, they resorted to ambushes from the shadows. The abbot assigned them to the pagoda realm for rigorous training. They endured daily torment there, especially when the mani wheel played its beguiling chants, driving everyone mad. During these times, the blade monks would seize the opportunity to behead the archers with their large blades, leaving the Yaksha archers desperate for a way to fight back. They sought guidance from various sources and frequently challenged the blade monks, only to be defeated repeatedly. One day, some blind monks came to oversee the pagoda realm. They had blinded themselves to pursue the path to ultimate bliss, overseeing monks. Yet their martial arts were incredibly refined. The Yaksha archers asked for their advice, and the monks replied, "Aim too carefully, and you will lose the initiative. Learn from me. Gouge out your eyes, and you will shoot from the heart, never missing your mark." Gouge out your eyes so you can see where you're shooting, and just trust your instincts. I'll pass. With the only other option available to them being annihilation, the archers adopted this drastic measure, gouging out their eyes. After this, the blade monks rarely targeted them. When asked why, a blade monk replied, "Who would want to go up against a madman? It's safer to just find another opponent." And that's Yaksha Archer. How much we got? How much we got? We're getting there. We're getting there. Starved abomination. Abominations do roam the frosty chilling path, with swollen rumbling bellies, necks adorned in wrath. They spread their malice freely, cunning and so sly, a fearsome presence to behold, loathsome to the eye. In the past, at the foot of the New West, there was a village called Shangguang. In this village lived a young man who had pleaded his life to a childhood sweetheart, giving her a white jade pendant as a token of their love, and vowing to propose once he had become successful. The young man was a peddler, making a living by trading grain in the surrounding areas. One day, a luxurious ferry sailed down the river near the village, more splendid than anything the villagers had ever seen. At the bow stood a plump monk in a yellow robe, radiating golden light. The villagers believed he must have been enlightened. After the arrival of the ferry, the temple in the mountains grew larger and larger, and the young man's grain trade flourished. One day, the young man went to trade grain and did not return for over a month. The girl, worried, inquired about the temple's location and went there to find him. When the young man finally returned to the village, they missed each other, and the girl disappeared. The young man gathered some brave villagers to search for her in the mountains. They found no trace of her, but came across a towering pagoda by the riverbank. The young man led them there to rest. As they approached the pagoda, the door suddenly opened. Curious, someone peeked inside and screamed. Behind the door was a dungeon extending deep underground, seemingly holding many people. The villagers, filled with righteous anger, stormed into the pagoda. After a few steps, they heard a loud bang, and the door vanished. Strange-looking yaoguai with scythes and huge bellies emerged from the prison, laughing wickedly. One of them threw a bag of silvers to the young man and then eagerly leapt forward, swinging his scythe and cutting the nearest villager into pieces. Realizing they had been deceived by the young man, the villagers fled deeper into the prison. The young man watched them and murmured, "Having lost my love, I cannot afford to lose my wealth." Dude betrayed the village so that he could still make money. And that's all because the girl he loved went to the temple and never came back, presumably dying. So he's all like, all that matters to me is the money that I have, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes, even if I have to sacrifice my fellow villagers in order to keep the money flowing. That's sad. That is sad. Red-haired Yaksha, with sword in hand, the foe's chest pierced, blood-soaked hair in battle fierce, endless sorrow for a fallen land. East wind sighs as west winds stand. In the kingdom of Yaksha, where the shadows lie. In the kingdom of Yaksha, there were 8 great generals, one of whom was named Yaoguai. He had once practiced under the Golden Summit Immortal at the Yuzen Temple, located at the foot of Mount Lingshan. Having fought countless battles, he possessed the valor of a warrior who could face 10,000 enemies. Great, now I want to play a Muso game. When a formidable enemy attacked, the Yaksha king appointed Yaoguai as the vanguard general. Yaoguai set up a large camp at the border and addressed his soldiers. "If any of you fear battle, walk away now, and I won't hold it against you. But know that if we lose this foothold, the kingdom will fall. Our elders, children, and all our wealth will become the property of our enemies." With these words, he and the entire army swore a blood oath to advance and never retreat. The Yaksha army, isolated and outnumbered, faced an enemy surrounding them on all sides, their banners blotting out the sky. Wave after wave of enemy forces attacked relentlessly. Yaoguai and his troops fought fiercely, suffering heavy casualties. Ultimately, Yaoguai was surrounded by numerous Arhats, was surrounded by numerous Arhats and was beheaded. The soldiers, countless among them having sacrificed their lives, received their general's head. What the what? Hold on. Something just... What the heck is that? What is that on my dresser? Give me a sec. Tina, when are you going to start your Dragon Ball Super Reaper? If you mean super readings, Dragon Ball Super hasn't had like a chapter in a long time. Like if I go to it right now, there hasn't been a chapter from Dragon Ball Super since March. So if Dragon Ball Super chooses to have a new chapter, I'll read it. But until then, it's literally just been on hold, especially after the passing of Akira Toriyama. So, yeah. Should Dragon Ball Super come back, I'll continue reading it if it has a story to tell. But until then, it's pretty much on hiatus. Kind of like One Punch Man. But also, hi Tina, how are you? Let's get back to it. to it. The soldiers, countless among them having sacrificed their lives, retrieved their general's head. Placing Mion's head in his coffin, they witnessed his body slowly sit up and lament.
If we lose our homeland, what difference does it make whether I have a head or not?
With these words, he closed his eyes and fell back down, finally passing away as blood gushed from his neck, staining his hair red. Later, his subordinates, in a display of loyalty and bravery, poured the blood of their enemies over their heads, emulating Mion. Despite their valor, the kingdom of Yaksha was ultimately destroyed, but not a single soldier from Mion's army deserted. So that's the reason why their hair is red. That's not natural, that's just the blood of their enemies just staining their hair red completely. But that's the red-haired Yaksha. Lantern Warden. Ancient temple trees reach high. In dungeon shadows, life threads lie. In darkness, light appears, most vivid at the abyss near. The ancient temple on the mountain peak, weathered by the passage of time, had gradually fallen into disrepair. When the abbot returned after many years and saw the temple in such a state of ruin, he was filled with sorrow. Determined to restore the temple to its former glory, he spent a large amount of gold and silver to fund its reconstruction, hoping to showcase his path to the ultimate bliss. The abbot selected a towering forest in the mountains, intending to use the ancient trees there as beams for the new temple. The craftsmen responsible for the timber set up their shelters at the edge of the forest and began felling trees according to the abbot's instructions. Everything proceeded smoothly, and within half a year, all the necessary timber was prepared. The craftsmen received their wages and packed up, ready to descend the mountain the next day. That night, a craftsman on night watch was patrolling the area, carrying a lantern. Suddenly, rustling sounds from the forest set his nerves on edge. Terrified, he woke everyone. With their lanterns lit and axes in hand, all the craftsmen treaded into the forest to locate the source of the sound. As they ventured deeper into the forest, someone let out a scream and was abruptly dragged into the darkness along with his lantern by an unknown force. Then, one by one, despite their attempts to hide and flee, all craftsmen were all dragged away. Only one clever craftsman quickly extinguished his lantern. Trembling with fear, he groped his way through the forest. Fortunately, a faint light appeared in the distance. The sun was about to rise. With this faint light, he found his way back and hurried towards the shelters. As he reached the edge of the forest, the sunlight suddenly became blindingly bright, filling his eyes with a white glare. Enduring the pain, he looked closer and realized the light was not from the rising sun, but from his companions' lanterns. These lanterns were held up by vines that had replaced his companions' heads, propping up their corpses. A chubby boy with a pale face, dressed in a yellow robe, rode a tall, four-legged beast whose head emitted strange sounds. Just as the craftsman was about to plead for mercy, he felt a chill on his back. Then he felt himself being lifted higher and higher until he was level with the lanterns. The chubby child patted the beast's head. The sounds ceased, the lanterns went out, and the night returned to its eerie stillness. The chubby boy laughed and said,
Good materials should be used to their fullest.
That's a horror story. Enslaved Yaksha. Oh, true kindness, how pure and bright, yet karma binds in depths of blight. With halberd in hand, I fear their gaze. From humble roots, my sorrow stays. In the northwest borderlands of the kingdom of Uetuo, there was a small village where an elderly couple had been childless for many years. One day, the old man went into the mountains to chop wood and discovered a young child under an ancient tree. The child's skin was dark and his appearance frightening, quite different from the village children. Seeing his frail limbs and body covered in scars, the old man assumed he was a refugee and brought him home. The old woman also found the child unusual and initially wanted to send him away. However, after washing, dressing, and feeding him, she couldn't help but feel some affection for him. After some discussion, the couple decided to keep him. At first, the couple treated the child very well, but within half a year, due to his strange appearance, the villagers began to gossip and call him Ugly Slave. The old couple, feeling ashamed, also started to treat him less kindly and even called him the same way as the villagers did. Within 2 years, his skin turned a dark green, and the couple made him wear thick clothes to cover his entire body, forbidding him to take them off even in the scorching heat. So, just child endangerment right there. 3 years later, the ugly slave grew more robust, and horns began to sprout from his head. The old man, increasingly fearful, confined him to the woodshed. Whenever he was angry, he would enter and whip the child, sometimes even using a hatchet to cut off his horns, leaving him covered in blood. Oh, this is not going to end well. The old woman, disgusted by the sight, blamed everything on the child. She would beat him when upset and even burn him with fire when she felt ashamed. The ugly slave endured this torment in the woodshed for another 5 years. Another 5 years? One day, a group of wandering Yakshas passed by and heard curses in the Yaksha tongue coming from the woodshed. They broke in and found their tormented kin. They gave the ugly slave a long halberd, and in his fury he stormed into the house and repaid the old couple for all they had done to him. Years later, the ugly slave's resentment still simmers, and only by tormenting his prey can he find any semblance of joy. Well, can't say I didn't see that one coming. I can't say that I didn't see that coming. Falcon Fanmaker. The swan soars high, its plumage lush and grand. The swallow flits low with feathers light and bland. The noble cherish wings, not swayed by gain or loss. The wise foresee afar, their strength endures across. Feathered birds are masters of riding the wind. Among them, the gyrfalcons? Gyrfalcons? I want to say gyrfalcons or gyrfalcons. Gyrfalcons live on the snowy peaks, are particularly skilled in crafting magical items that control frigid gales. They use their down feathers to create fans, which are highly prized by the wind-making mother deity and cloud-making boy deity. According to their clan rules, every gyrfalcon must learn the art of crafting these vessels. Those who refuse are stripped of their titles and exiled from the clan. To encourage innovation, the clan holds an annual competition where the quality of vessels produced determines one's status within the clan. One gyrfalcon, whose ancestors were all commoners, dreamt of creating a treasure fan to elevate his status to nobility. He spared no feathers to enhance the power of his vessel. After much hardship, he finally crafted a fan and won the competition, becoming the clan leader. However, he had plucked all his feathers and could no longer fly, eventually resorting to wearing clothes to cover his boldness. On the day of his succession, the celestial crane immortal, head of the feathered tribe in the upper realm, came to bestow a celestial registry tablet upon him, also an item in this game that gives you increased XP. Proud of his fan, the new leader boasted to the crane immortal. The crane immortal then lent him the plantain fan, which is a vessel you can get for yourself, saying, "This is a failed creation of Lord Shao."
This is a failed creation of Lord Shao. Since you also make fans, I gift it to you.
After the crane immortal left, the clan leader tried the fan and was immediately disheartened by its immense power. He no longer wanted his clan members to use their feathers to make fans. He led his followers away from the snowy peaks to search for plantain leaves. Eventually, they found some near the New West, and imitating the crane immortal's method, created many replicas and regained his ability to fly. And that's the Falcon Fanmaker. Wolf Guardian! The wolf's heart was once kind and sound, misled, however, consumed by desire. The path to return was once easily found, yet fate was sealed by the words of a liar. There was a year when a young wolf followed a gray elder wolf to learn the art of hunting. The master taught him that a great hunter strikes swiftly and surely, sparing their prey from suffering. The young wolf pondered this long and hard. After years of training, he devised his own killing techniques. He thought his master would be pleased with his progress, but instead, the elder scolded him for disrupting the circle of karma and told him to repent. The young wolf's mind swam with confusion at his master's seeming contradiction. And so, the young wolf left Black Wind Mountain and wandered the lands. On his travels, he heard folks whisper that wolves, though hardy and loyal to each other, were brutal, vicious, and treacherous. The wolf guai grew more perplexed. It seemed his years of training went against the ways of the world. One day, as he passed through the New West, he heard tales of a dharma of ecstasy in that place that could free a troubled mind. He sought an audience with the abbot. The abbot was a chubby monk in yellow robes who loved to change form. He heard out the wolf guai's woes and counseled.
Wolves are born to hunt, to slay. It is the way of your kind. Men are not the same. They are born to plow and plant, to reap and sow. Fragile and feeble, such is their lot. They seek to leash you wolves with false preempts, for they hope to escape your fangs and claws. But heed me, wolf. Each kind must follow the call of their blood, the song of their soul. Why should you bow to the mewling of men?
These words lit up the wolf guai's mind. At that moment, he knew his path lay within the halls of New Thunderclap Temple, where he would walk the road to ecstasy. The chubby monk laughed.
In my temple, we bow to none save our own hearts. Beware, for those who fear death have no place here.
The wolf guai gladly accepted and became the monk's most loyal guardian. Armed with a scythe, he is now bound by no code save his own savage joy. Heed not a word from his tongue. Turtle treasure! The human heart swings good and ill. With wealth and treasure, freedom's thrill. Riding a hammer to the sky. Tell me, is it strange or nigh? Years ago, in village of Chen, a villager went out one day and saw a peculiar man standing by the roadside, holding a rope tied to a white, soft-shelled turtle. Passers-by came and went, but no one paid attention to this strange sight. The villager pretended not to notice and tried to hurry past, but the white turtle at his feet let out a pitiful cry. In his compassion, he argued with the peculiar man and eventually brought the white turtle, releasing it back into the water. That night, the villager had a dream in which the white turtle vomited out a tiny person with blue-purple skin and an ugly face. The tiny person ran towards the villager, startling him awake. Now that sounds like a nightmare. After that, the villager began to change. His eyes could see occasional glimmers of light in the mountains and fields, and his appetite grew immensely, along with his strength. One day, he took a shovel and dug into the ground, discovering a coffin filled with valuable artifacts. This unexpected found bestowed his great... I feel like this should be unexpected find bestowed him great wealth. This unexpected find bestowed him great wealth. Yeah, I feel like that should be how that sentence wrote out. One night, the white turtle appeared in his dream again, letting out a cry. The villager felt his stomach churn and vomited out the tiny person with blue-purple skin. The tiny person fell to the ground and hurried towards the white turtle. Realizing something, the villager grabbed the tiny person and swallowed him back down. The white turtle called out a few more times, but the villager covered his mouth, refusing to let the tiny person out. After a tense standoff, the villager woke up again. Over time, the villager's appearance became increasingly abnormal, forcing him to wear an iron mask to hide his face. Eventually, even his skin turned blue-purple, and he fled to the mountains, carrying specially made tools to search for more treasures. Interestingly, on his treasure hunting journey, he discovered that he was not the only one with such an experience, which brought him some comfort. So, turtle treasures are basically people that turned into this when they had this dream about the tiny person running at them. That's scary and weird. Thunder Rhino Master! Green pine... Actually, you know what? Let me take a swig of water. There we go. Wow, 2 hours already. Goodness. Green pines hold the lingering snow. Emerald flames guard the dim light's glow. Wandering beyond that sacred hill, true nature lies in temperance will. Along with the fall of the Yaksha kingdom, the Rakshasa kingdom, due to their kinship with the Yakshas, also met its end. Thunder Rhino Masters was a descendant of the Rakshasas. Among his relatives, many followed Prince Rakshasi. After her eastward migration, Rakshasi had a new Taoist master in the celestial court. Practicing Taoism in Buddhism's stead, Rakshasi marked a departure from her past. Thunder Rhino Masters, unwilling to accept this change, heard that a branch of the Yakshas was seeking Buddhist teachings in the New West and decided to come here. Unlike the Yakshas' free-spirited practice, Thunder Rhino Masters, though an outer disciple, held their master in high regard, and strictly adhered to the temple's rules. Reaching the ultimate bliss was not their ultimate goal. It was simply their nature to strive with all their efforts in everything they do. Even when guarding the temple, they were relentless. If anyone disturbed the temple's peace, the lightning they summoned would pursue and strike without mercy. Such individuals could sometimes inspire admiration, but they could also be quite troublesome. Yeah, they are annoying when they're constantly zapping lightning at you and you're trying to take on an enemy and they just keep interrupting you. Dark-faced overlord. Majestic stands the mountain's frame, its golden peak an enlightening flame. Winds and clouds by will are swayed. Hearts remains clear, night and day. The grand hall was filled with pious devotees attending the ceremony. This was the fourth ceremony organized by Yellowbrow for his mortal believers. A devotee had attended 3 times, witnessing numerous miracles on each occasion. However, it was the first time for his acquaintance from their hometown to attend such a ceremony, and the acquaintance harbored deep suspicions. Before long, 2 blind monks carried in a statue of a wrathful Vajra. The devotee introduced it to his acquaintance, saying,
"This Vajra can discern a person's goodness or evil."
As he finished speaking, 2 men approached the statue, cursing each other over some grievances. In no time, they were reduced to ashes by the Vajra. Okay, so it's time to go. So it's time to leave. The acquaintances were shocked by the abruptness of it all. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps outside the hall. Looking out through the window, he saw a giant with blue skin draped in a gold-spiked robe, walking slowly towards them. The devotee introduced again.
"This guardian can judge a person's sincerity."
After saying this, the monks led the crowd to present their offerings to the guardian one by one. He reminded, "Make sure to give away all your money." That's going to be hard for me to do. The acquaintance, deeply distrustful of the devotee's words, said, "You've been deceived by them. These monks are all frauds." The devotee retorted angrily,
"How can you speak so recklessly? Why would I deceive you, being from the same hometown?"
"Who knows if you're in cahoots with them?"
Their arguments grew louder and louder. The Vajra, seeing their quarrel, raised its steel fork and charged at them. The acquaintance quickly fled, but the devotee shouted,
"Don't be afraid. I will prove my sincerity."
The Vajra showed no hesitance. Just when the acquaintance thought his fellow townsman was doomed, the blue-skinned giant raised his hand to block the Vajra, saving the devotee's life. From then on, the acquaintance became a regular at the ceremonies, always making sure to give away all his money before leaving, just like his fellow townsmen. Burdened by all the money in your pocket, go ahead and leave it here. But that was the Dark-Faced Overlord. Onwards to the Clay Vajra. With an iron trident, a wrathful Vajra stands. Angry eyes blazing, a fiery, fearsome brand. All beings bear their sins, for that is what they say. Burn them, guilty all, for peace to truly stay. The Buddhist scriptures describe the Vajra as a guardian warrior of the Buddha, tasked with upholding justice and eradicating sin. Since the fat monk in yellow took back the new Thunderclap Temple, magnificent new pavilions and pagodas were built to hold gatherings of his devotees and attract more believers. During one such gathering, two devotees met for the first time in the main hall. Upon seeing each other, they immediately felt... What in the world? Fruit fly just buzzing in front of me, distracting me while I'm trying to work. How dare? How dare? I'm trying to read. Back to it. During one such gathering, two devotees met for the first time in the main hall. Upon seeing each other, they immediately felt... Great, now I'm thinking that I'm seeing this fruit fly everywhere. And I ain't got no fruit in my room. I ain't even got no fruit in my room. I just vacuumed. I done cleaned my windows. I done cleaned up in here. Why do y'all always like to be in here when I'm working? Upon seeing each other, they immediately felt a surge of suspicion and wariness. At that moment, the abbot had a statue of a Vajra carried in. The statue stood on 4 legs, wielding a steel trident with a wrathful expression, but it had a peculiar hole in its chest. The abbot introduced the statue, explaining that it was newly crafted and imbued with a particular spiritual power that could discern right from wrong. One of the devotees hurried to the Vajra and said, "May the Vajra eradicate all deceitful swindlers in the world and grant me justice. This man was known for being gullible and often fell victim to ruses, yet he never dared to seek retribution." Oh wait, that's not the thing. "May the Vajra eradicate all deceitful swindlers in the world and grant me justice." This man was known for being gullible and often fell victim to ruses, yet he never dared to seek retribution. The other devotee quickly followed, saying, "May the Vajra eradicate those who gain unfair advantages and then complain incessantly, granting me peace." This man was a dishonest merchant who frequently sold substantial goods and was often persecuted and cursed by his customers. Hearing each other's wishes, the two began to argue fiercely in front of the statue. The Vajra's eyes suddenly moved, and with a swift motion of its trident, it killed both men. Flames then erupted from its 4 legs, incinerating their bodies completely. News of this event spread quickly, shocking the folks around the temple. Some accused the abbot of using sorcery to deceive people, while others praised his profound Buddhist wisdom and extraordinary powers. Regardless, no one dared to disrespect him. Well, at least we know the story of the 2 people that were in front of the other 2 people that we saw for the dark-faced overlord. At least we know about that. Golden Lotus Guai. Auspicious clouds above, unaware of worldly strife. Descendants scattered far, seeking out a better life. Ancient texts state that whenever bodhisattvas or Buddhas manifested their divine presence, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, radiating brilliance. As time passed, these golden lotuses grew increasingly discontent. They saw the rat of Mount Lingshan, who became a king by stealing lamp oil, the carp of the southern sea, who became a great lord by stealing Guan Yin's lotus flowers, and even the scorpion that stung the Buddha, granting the power and became a powerful yaoguai. In contrast, despite their diligent service, the golden lotuses received nothing. After careful consideration, they decided to entrust the burden of greatness to their descendants. They scattered their seeds across the mortal realm, hoping they would become yaoguais of power and eventually earn a title in the upper realm. However, the golden lotuses did not anticipate the path to greatness to be that arduous in the mortal world. With many intelligent and brave mortal beings also seeking enlightenment, the competition was fierce and brutal. The golden lotuses then tried various methods, transforming into women to deceive men and steal their vital essence, only to be recognized and slain by Taoists, transforming into old men to use their wits to deceive and devour scholars, only to be seen through and mocked. Such attempts were numerous and often futile. Trials and tribulations made the golden lotuses gradually realize that their original form, the auspicious flowers, indicated the Buddha's presence. Indicating the Buddha's presence had a better chance of survival. Hence, they went to the temples, using the auspiciousness to lure people into picking them, only to devour them afterward. Alas, if one seeks to perceive the world solely in pursuit of quick success, how complex the world becomes. Cause and effect are intertwined, and fate is mysterious. Every step taken is predestined. Golden Lotus Guai. Okay, so now... Wushan Lesser Guai. Now we are getting closer. Yep, we have officially entered into Chapter 4 territory. Yep, Chapter 4 territory. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done with Lesser Yaoguai. At the very least, we're almost done with Lesser Yaoguai. Wushan Lesser Guai. Gaping mouth, round belly, born incomplete. Bulky form craving and chasing tasty treats. Greedy for flavors, it longs for delight. Wagging its tongue, it speaks in spite. One spring, the webbed hollow hosted a grand banquet to mark the blossoming of the flowers. A young guai from Mount Wushan, having presented the gift, saw the ladies chatting and laughing at the feast and decided to join the other guais in the cave for drinks and merriment. A few cups in, the guais began to jest with each other. A pig guai remarked,
"I'd rather live in this rich cave of yours, with banquets for every season and festival. Back in our place, the lady is too strict to allow any fun."
A proud insect guai responded,
Here, our ladies in the cave often host banquets to keep the mistress company. We may not compare to the halls of the celestial court, but our second lady has some businesses in the mortal world, so we're not short on silver. It's tough, though. If she didn't find ways to bring in money, we wouldn't have made it this far.
Another pig guai added,
"They're beautiful and elegant, all our ladies, all your ladies. I wonder what celestial mountain is fortunate enough to be where they might start their new families."
The insect guai laughed.
Our ladies can't leave this place. The businesses outside are managed by carefully chosen people. Since we only take bridegrooms who marry into the family, the talented ones don't want to come, and the ladies don't fancy those who do. Look over there, those fork scorpions. Their family is in decline, and their descendants are unworthy. Only one is somewhat acceptable, but not one of our ladies would marry him. Whoever gets unlucky will marry him on a fateful day, so they say.
The guais laughed heartedly, enjoying themselves, when suddenly there was a shout, "Oh no, the ladies are quarreling!" A panting pig guai in charge ran over shouting,
"The mistress in the cave has lost her mind. She got into a fight with our lady over a few words from a maid, and even smashed the very gift that was brought."
The guais were all startled. The clever ones quickly wrapped some food in lotus leaves and handed it to the pig guais as an apology.
Next time we'll make sure there's no misunderstanding. Sorry for spoiling the fun.
All right.
The pig guais took the food and hurriedly followed the steward out, asking,
"What exactly happened?"
Who knows?
Who knows? It's all too odd. Every time we come, there's a commotion. I've heard their mistress is always quite muddle-headed.
And that's Wushan Lesser Guai. Now we move on to Puppet Spider. Bad nose, crooked mouth, sharp fangs, poisonous and thick. Check the ears, cut the forehead, and the face has 8 eyes and ugly appearance. Long ago, a woodcutter lived deep in the mountains. One day, he went down to the market fair and saw a puppet show. He loved it and yearned to see it again. One day, as he cut wood, he heard shouts of glee in the mountains. He followed the sounds and saw a mob of Yaoguais reveling together. Despite his fear, curiosity urged him to climb a rock to watch them from afar. The guais were gathered in a circle, watching an acrobat show. Too far to see well, the woodcutter could only discern a red-clad guai whirling twin blades in dazzling spins and flips. Entranced, the woodcutter crept closer. He saw the acrobatic guai had legs tied behind its back, strings dangling from its feet. In a flash, he knew it was a puppetry trick. He climbed a large tree for a clearer view. The guai had an ugly, comical face. To the woodcutter, this spectacle was even more amusing than the finest plays at the market fair. He watched, spellbound. A chill on his neck jolted him out of the reverie. Reaching up to check, he found his fingers coated in green spittle. Looking up in horror, sorry, family came in asking me about food. You know, given how long this is, I may have to break this up into two parts. Because this is extensive. It may take me a minute. Actually, you know what? Oh, let me see. I'll make this part 1. Yeah. I will make this part 1. Because I don't want my voice to just be completely gone by the end of this, because I got to do a lot of talking tomorrow for tomorrow's One Piece Reflections. So, you know what? I'll go as far as the lesser... Actually, reading all journal entries. Lesser Yaoguais. Yeah. We'll just make this one the one where I'm reading about all of the lesser Yaoguais, because it's already 2 hours and I've still got a ways to go before I get done with this. So once I'm done with the lesser Yaoguais, that'll be today's session, and then it won't be tomorrow's session. I'll probably do it again maybe Tuesday. And we'll pick up with the Yaoguai chiefs, then another session with Yaoguai kings, and then another session with the character listings. So yeah, so it'll just be better on my voice. A chill, let me read this again. The guai had an ugly, comical face. To the woodcutter, this spectacle was even more amusing than the finest plays at the market fair. He watched, spellbound. A chill on his neck jolted him out of the reverie. Reaching up to check, he found his fingers coated in green spittle. Looking up in horror, he was greeted by a myriad of eyes staring down at him. There, in the treetop, dangled a violet spider, its legs threaded with silk, tugging the distant puppet guai to and fro. The woodcutter yelped and fell from the tree. At that, the spider paused, and the gathering of Yaoguais turned as one to glare at him. Stricken with terror, the woodcutter fled, and upon returning home, fell gravely ill. No remedy could ease his suffering. He wasted away and soon died. So just a little poison that fell on his cheek killed him. And that's the reason why it's good to have some poison resistance when you're facing these things. Puppet tick! Can you discern the outer guise? Who cares when hidden from our eyes? When hung up high, what use retains? A puppet's dance, its fleeting gains. Tales told of Zhu's estate in Webbed Ridge, the ancestral home of the wealthy textile family in the kingdom of Shuzi. Rumors claimed the estate housed vast amounts of gold and jewels, but those riches were never found. In the kingdom of Shuzi lived 2 thieves who called each other brothers. The elder, a broad and forthright soul, the younger, a handsome and clever spirit. Hold on a quick sec, everyone. I gotta take the dogs outside. Then we'll continue on with this. All right, I am back. We can continue reading. Puppet tick. I gotta read this over again. Can you discern the outer guise? Who cares when hidden from our eyes? When hung up high, what use retains? A puppet's dance, its fleeting gains. Yo, Market, what's going on? Dad actually let me use his card to buy Black Myth. Didn't ask him to, and he didn't have to, but I'm glad he did. As long as it was cool, your dad. As long as it was cool, your dad. You know, just to be safe. Tales told of Shoe's estate in Webbed Ridge, the ancestral home of the I gotta get locked in again. The ancestral home of the wealthy textile family in the kingdom of Shuzi. Rumors claim the estate housed vast amounts of gold and jewels, but those riches were never found. In the kingdom of Shuzi lived two thieves who called each other brothers. I seriously gotta get locked in again. I kind of lost my focus. The elder, a broad and forthright soul, the younger, a handsome and clever spirit. Fleeing a warrant, they sought Shu's estate in the mountains as their next target, as well as a hideout. For days they scoured the hills, their rations spent and their hope lost. Weary and famished, they chanced upon a tea hut. The young thief called out, "Let's rest here, brother." The elder replied, "We've seen no one for days. How could there be a tea hut?" But driven by hunger, the young one hastened towards it. The elder chased after him, pleading. They tussled until they entered the hut. Crude and dirty, it had rough log tables and stone stools. There were no patrons inside, only a hunched-back old man with a cane brewing tea. The young thief asked, "How do you sell tea here with no one around, old man?" The old man pointed to a dim village behind the hut.
"This humble one lives in the hilltop village. This hut serves but to eke out my living."
He then served 2 bowls of thick, strange-smelling brew. Don't eat it. The young thief reached for one, but the elder stopped him and asked the old man,
"Do you know of Shu's estate?"
The old man grinned.
"It lies within the village. Drink your tea and I shall guide you there."
Don't drink the tea. I'm already getting that feeling. The young thief beamed, but the elder grew warier. He snatched the bowl from the young one.
"I shall try it first."
With that, he downed it in one gulp. No sooner had the tea hit his belly than he collapsed, writhing in agony. Writhing in agony. This is the reason why I said I had to get locked in again. Writhing in agony, the young thief turned to the old man, only to witness his true form revealed as a hunchback cane-wielding creature, its body entangled in silk. Lifting his eyes, he saw a colossal spider perched in the rafters, tugging the strands to prompt the bug to tap its cane with a resonant ting-ting. Ting-ting! At this signal, the stone stools shifted and unfurled their legs. They became little stone spiders. They spat silk at the elder thief to entangle him. At this sight, the younger thief turned and fled, as if he had not heard his brother's pleas for help. Dude just ran. Left his brother there. Lantern holder! When night falls deep, his light shines down. Summoned is the yin, suppressed is the yang. Like harvesters hastening before the dawn, he reaps with his blade and souls are gone. The insect guais loathed patrolling after dusk, as their instinct to chase after light made the nighttime perilous for them. But luck favored them when a tribe of pale-faced Yakshas from the west of the place, having traversed the world, chose to settle at the Webbed Ridge and volunteered for the night watch. A task the night insect guais were only too happy to relinquish to those newcomers. The Yakshas are proud and fierce by nature. Turned into feral yaoguais, yet they still clung to their old ways in the days they were revered. They kept to their own, with lanterns lit from dusk till dawn, and rarely mingled with the insect guais. To the latter, they were a curious sight with their merriment and banter that paid no heed to hierarchy or status. Yet, what puzzled the insect guais most was the Yaksha's bond. Close-knit in joy, yet they'd often erupt into disputes and hurl sharp words with no restraint. One night, a quarrel broke out during an idle chatter among 4 Yakshas in patrol, and their raucous noise woke the insect guais.
Why must you carry on as this?
The insect guais rushed to mediate, persuading them.
Arguing one
moment, chummy the next? Why not treat each other with proper respect like we do?
In an instant, the quarrel ceased, and in unison the Yaksha retorted,
You are mistaken, one spat. Only through open discourse we grow.
Another chimed in,
Exactly. When we air out our disagreements, it only makes our bond stronger.
A third added,
Indeed, by having each other's backs, we've made it through a lot of tough times. Our harsh words don't mean any harm.
The last one concluded.
Unlike you insect guais, we hide no secret grievances under the guise of harmony.
With that, arm in arm, they departed, leaving the insect guais to dismiss the exchange with bemused eye rolls. I can't imagine these things just doing eye rolls in the middle of a conversation. Grasshopper guai. Slender legs of verdant sheen, each arm wields a sickle keen. Misty woods are his home so true, he cares for youth like me and you. During the reign of the greatest emperor of Han, there was a village called Bath. Was there one like a couple of miles away called Soap? From within its mountains, a hot spring flowed, reputed to preserve youth and vitality. Nobles flocked to it from far and wide. One day, the Marquis of Lecheng came to visit with his 6-year-old son. The young lord caught a little grasshopper and wanted to keep it as a pet, so he tore off its wings and trapped it in a teacup. That night, the Marquis was visited in his dream by a man clad in green.
Your child has imprisoned mine, he pleaded. We are both fathers. I beseech you, help my little one.
The next day, the Marquis summoned his son and inquired about what happened. The boy, who feared his stern father, only provided vague replies. Thus, the full story remained elusive to both. That night, the green-clad man revisited the Marquis's dreams, with twin swords at his waist. He warned,
If you don't return my son, you'll never see yours again.
The Marquis woke with a start and rushed to his son's bed, only to find it empty. Servants scoured the village but found no trace. Only the young lord's page remembered the bug catching. He rushed to the study, found the overturned teacup, and gently released the grasshopper onto the grass. By noon, the young lord returned home safely, yet his hands were red and swollen, and he couldn't stop weeping. When questioned about the events of the previous night, he sobbed, I dreamt of a man in green, a great jumper. He carried me on his back and hopped a few times. Then I didn't know where I was. He scolded me for harming others and struck my palms with his sword 20 times. When asked how he came back, he was unable to answer, overwhelmed by fear. Alas, it is said that all beings love their young, a truth that spans the world. Even Yaoguais, it seems, are no different. In the late years of the Han, the hot spring in Bath suddenly dried up. Insect guai sprouted in the hills, so the villagers moved down the mountain. A decade or two later, the area became to be known as the Webbed Ridge. Dragonfly guai. Fly through the flowers and willows to shoot hidden arrows. Flap your wings and ride the crooked wind. It is difficult to achieve good deeds with small wisdom, and 2s and 3s block the way. There was a dragonfly guai who loved archery. His mother saw his gift and used her connections for an opportunity to have him training under the Yaoguai kings of the land. To the king, the dragonfly guai seemed like a diligent and talented student. He drilled hard each day and served his master with great respect, always at his master's beck and call. At times, he'd be practicing outside, but at a single command from his teacher, he'd appear at once. The king had doubts, but considering the dragonfly's swift wings, the king dismissed his suspicions. One day, the king taught him how to imbue his bolts with greater power.
Wait for the arrowhead to glow, then release.
The guai swore he'd remember, but when tested that afternoon, he couldn't recall anything. The king assumed he just hadn't grasped the lesson and explained it once more. But the next day, he had forgotten it again. This pattern continued. The Yaoguai king flew into a rage and set to punish the guai. The guai fell to his knees and pleaded,
Mercy, master. I have brothers. Each of us knows only a portion of the lessons. That's why I can't answer.
At this, scores of identical dragonfly guais emerged, all kneeling and bowing nonstop. Offended yet tickled by this revelation, the king demoted them all to lowly patrol guards and taught them no more. Alas, while petty schemes might seem perfect at first, earning praise and favor, they also sow the seeds of trouble. When the truth is revealed, one faces ridicule and brings ruin upon themselves. Yep. And the internet keeps receipts of that. Wasp guai. When the victory comes, it flies low, and when the power is exhausted, it flees far away. Work hard and wash away the dye, and use the power to soar into the sky. A young man once lived in the webbed hollow. You may wonder how he found himself living among the Yaoguais. The tale begun in the kingdom of Juzi, where he was born into a family of weavers. Their craft passed down through generations. One day, his father left home in search of a jade shuttle, but never returned. His mother searched for him, only to be told he had abandoned them to marry into the Zhu family. Consumed by grief and convinced that a yaoguai had ensnared her husband, she wept day after day. Thus, in his boyhood, the son vowed to slay the yaoguais and avenge his father. Years later, he heard merchants speak of the Zhu's estate on the Web Ridge, home to women of unearthly beauty. He ventured there alone to exact vengeance, but as soon as he entered the mountains, lesser yaoguais captured him. Terrified he was, before a little girl in yellow had rescued him by commanding the yaoguai to stop. The girl, barely 10, had a sweet, rosy face, hardly an evil yaoguai as he imagined. The young man was at a loss. To his surprise, the young girl, lonely with few companions her age, brought him to the webbed hollow to play. He stayed, and she visited often to lift her spirits. And he visited often to lift her spirits. Conflicted, he spent nights vowing by lamplight to slay the yaoguais and avenge his father come morning. One night, a small wasp flew in and heard his oath, but he paid it no mind. The next day, the girl didn't come. Instead, a woman in green, adorned with an elaborate bun and possessing a fierce yet beautiful face, arrived with an entourage of insect guards. Among them was a wasp guai who, with practiced ease, deftly searched the young man's trunk, pulling out his hidden stash of travel money and the dagger intended for murder hidden within his porcelain pillow, before relaying his nightly vow of vengeance to its mistress. Oh, this is bad. This is why you don't be whispering or talking under your breath. You don't say secrets out loud. They're secret for a reason. The green-clad woman addressed the young man.
No mortal shall reside in Webbed Hollow, yet we spared you to be a companion for my younger sister. But in return you plot to harm her, and you shall be punished for this. That being said, your quest for vengeance is understandable, which is why I shall leave your face to the bone vault.
At her command, the guard seized him, casting him into the abyss, his fate uncertain in the darkness below. That's scary. Okay, so we got Beetle Captain. Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Beetle Captain. Summer turns to winter, spring returns to autumn. My body is wasting time and gradually becoming old and ugly. I know that my white hair has been exchanged for fame, and yet my stubborn and arrogant character has burdened your life. Unlike the bee, wasp, hornet, katydid, cockroach, grasshopper, and dragonfly, the adopted sons of the spider ladies, the beetle captain earned his rank through his own valor. Perhaps this was what made him stubborn, quick to anger over slights to his status. He often quarreled with the lesser guais over matters of words and etiquette. They called him arrogant and overbearing behind his back, disliking him all the more. One day, a petty dispute drove him to brandish his twin sabers at the lesser guards. The beetle commander chanced by and pulled him aside.
You think your deeds and skills command their respect? But know this, rank has no bearing on the actions of others. What would happen if you mismeasured your worth by the regard of everyone? When stone spiders show you disrespect, you think that makes you their inferior?
The captain retorted,
You're a commander, thus none dare offend you. But I'm a minor officer. If I don't assert myself, those lesser ones will scorn me even more.
The commander shook his head.
If they treated you with greater deference than me, would that make you my superior in practice and skill? Nay, for I have observed that those who clamor most for respect often receive the least of it.
Woo, talk! Woo, talk! Oh, I like this story. What became of the beetle captain? Alas, he remained as he ever was, as one's nature could not be easily altered. It was said that he continued to contend with all who crossed his path until at last he was never to be seen again. I like that line. I like that line from the commander. I really do. That's a good line. Stone spider. Small and humble a spider I be, yet in stone I adorn which comrades in peril beside me. In the olden days, a lesser beetle guai in the webbed hollow rose to the rank of captain through sheer prowess. Ah, the beetle captain. But the promotion swelled his ego, and he lorded it over the others till they shunned him, much to his ire. Upon a day of rest, the beetle captain found himself bereft of friends to squander the hours with, and thus roamed the cave alone. He beheld a stone from which long and slender legs sprouted forth. As it turned out, the stone held a spider stirring from slumber. These spiders, burdened with stones upon their backs, moved in a slow, clumsy manner. The captain, beset by a foul mood, kicked one over and laughed at its plight as it flailed and struggled to right itself. With each attempt it made to stand, he flicked it down again, guffawing. After who knows how long, crisp raps echoed from the depths of the cave. Soon, hordes of stone spiders marched out of the dark. Seeing the threat, the captain drew his weapons and charged into their midst. The spiders showed no fear. They hurled stones, spat silk and venom, rammed and butted. They drove the captain into a rage, and he spun his twin blades in a killing frenzy amidst the spiders. As he cut them down with zeal, a flicker of lantern light neared, followed by a playful voice.
You fool! You think you can slay every spider in the webbed hollow alone? Come with me. I'll take you to play under the peach blossoms.
The beetle captain lifted his gaze to behold a maiden of... Oh, wait.
You fool! You think you can slay every spider in the webbed hollow alone? Come with me. I'll take you to play under the peach blossoms.
The beetle captain lifted his gaze to behold a maiden of unsurpassed beauty. His heart stirred, and he followed her at once. Henceforth he was seen no more. One old guai mused,
To slay spiders within their lairs, but to seek death itself.
Wow, so that's what happened to the beetle captain. Dude was driven away by everyone who he was already, being mean to. Then he started messing with spiders in the domain of people who happen to be spiders and rule over the entire hollow. And you're gonna kick over small spiders like they aren't already protected and, treated fairly by the spider queens, the spider sisters, and the spider queen? Of course. Yep. Yeah, he brought that on himself. I don't feel bad. Minor armorworm. In foreign lands it toils and spins, weaving cocoons its works begins. Unable to transform and soar, it falls into the net once more. From the southern slopes of Mount Huai, one can gaze upon the radiant splendor of Mount Kunlun. Kunlun? Not the place of the Iron Fist. its brilliance stretching for miles, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. On Mount Kunlun, there exists a creature called the Tuluo. It resembles a sheep but has 4 horns and is known to devour humans. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that thing. Another creature known as the keen. Wait, let me think. Sing. It's not keen. I think it's Singyuan. It's because I'm thinking of Singcho from Genshin. Known as a Singyuan. Looks like a bee, but is as big as a mandarin duck. Its sting is lethal to birds and beasts, and it can wither trees with a mere touch of its venom. King Mu of Zhou once had the fortune to visit Mount Kunlun. He toured? No, it's toured. He toured its magnificent places. My words. My apologies. He toured its magnificent places, tasted various celestial herbs and delicacies, listened to sweet music performed by beautiful celestial maidens, and saw many wondrous mythical beasts. When the celestial maidens presented gifts to King Mu, he refused but pointed to the mythical beasts in garden and asked, "May I take one of these extraordinary creatures back with me?" The celestial maidens replied,
The beasts of Kunlun drink from the celestial moat and feed on celestial herbs. Even if you take them to the mortal realm, they would lose their form and abilities. It is better not to take them away, for if they transform, we cannot predict what calamities they might cause.
Oh, yeah. Don't be taking creatures from their natural habitats and putting them into something new because you don't know how they're going to behave. It's like taking a penguin and putting it in a nice, hot, tropical place. It doesn't work that way. Clawed Cocoon, and one of my favorite farming enemies. The world is full of hustle and bustle. How much money can you make from all the hustle and bustle? Will you be caught in the trap of heaven and earth and be entangled by the thread of chance? In the kingdom of Zhuzi, a curious tale prevailed. No matter how many kings came and went, the Zhu family of the royal weaving office never relocated. They wove a fabric known as celestial silk, gleaming as moonlight, light as clouds. Nobility and merchants alike clamored for it. The city's weavers seethed with jealousy, but none could replicate it. Over time, whispers spread that the Zhus owed their skills to a jade shuttle, bestowed by the red-clad immortal. One weaver was convinced that obtaining that shuttle would also secure his fortune. On a deep, dark night, he sneaked into the Zhu's workshop outside the city walls during the second watch. The Zhus were rich enough to have their workshop sprawled wide and vast. In the dead of night, not a soul was in sight. The weaver crept through the yards of draping silks when a pure white light fell upon the center of the drying racks. The moon dimmed, and darkness swallowed all but that single shining pillar joining earth and sky. The weaver stumbled towards it and discovered the pillar of light was made of countless strands of silk. 2 monstrous silkworms were spinning these strands into cocoons and hanging them on the drying racks. The cocoon's hooked feet grabbed the silk strands and passed a jade shuttle back and forth, weaving the exquisite fabric. Dazed, the weaver became fixated on the shuttle, convinced that owning it would endow him with the same power. But the cocoons impaled him with their sharp hooks in the blink of an eye. As he lay dying, he saw the worms crawling towards him. They carried him onto the pillar of light and wrapped him in a luminous cocoon. That's what avarice will get you. Scorpion Prince! Silent it hides with venomous claws, barbed hooks laced with deadly flaws. It arrives with a fierce, bold show, but in defeat it tucks tail and goes. The 4 sons of the Scorpion House often secretly inquired about each other's recent activities. This was not out of brotherly affection, but rather due to a competitive spirit, fearing that one of them might be chosen by one of the sisters in the cave before the others. Not only did they spy on each other's whereabouts, but they also felt compelled to comment on them afterward. If they heard that a brother had achieved something recently, they would make sarcastic remarks and express jealousy. Conversely, if a brother had made a mistake, they would mock and ridicule him, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Confused by such behavior, the lesser Yaoguais in the cave approached Commander Beetle to seek an explanation. Commander Beetle explained,
"Their fear isn't about failing to marry a lady. It's that their brother's promotion would cut into their own benefits."
Hearing this, the lesser Yaoguais were even more perplexed. Commander Beetle continued,
"The 100-eyed Taoist master will not permit the Scorpion family to amass excessive power. Thus, if one of the 4 brothers ascends to the position of Prince Consort, the prospects for the others inevitably wane. This principle extends to the official roles within the cave. Take Scorpion Eldest, for instance. Having gained the favor of the second madam, he faces the most exclusion from his brothers."
But the eldest one is indeed more capable, while the others are not as competent.
One lesser Yaoguai chimed in.
"Exactly. Because he has some skills, his brothers only talk behind his back and don't dare to confront him directly. Were it someone less skilled, it might not be the same."
Interesting. And now we are getting towards the later half. Yeah, we're starting to get towards the later half of this chapter. Yeah. So Sword Taoist all the way down to Lush Leaf is the final characters in chapter 4, and then we have chapter 5. And we are almost done. We're almost done. All right, Sword Taoist. To seek the Tao, he journeys far. With steadfast heart, he finds the gate. In the depths of sword skills, he glimpses roots of ascension's innate. Every 10 years, the Temple of Yellow Flowers opens its doors to recruit disciples. One day, a newly admitted young Taoist discovered that the disciples focused on innate practice were divided in 3 groups based on their skills. One group used staffs, another used fly whisks, and the third used swords. The young Taoist observed them closely and noticed that the disciples who used staffs and fly whisks were also responsible for various chores around the temple and had less favorable living conditions. In contrast, the disciples who used swords only needed to focus on their training, and they were even privileged to receive daily guidance from the master. The young Taoist secretly consulted the senior disciples and found out that the sword disciples were also the quickest to achieve enlightenment and ascension. However, becoming a disciple of the sword group was no easy task. It required passing a rigorous examination by the master, and only those deemed to have the highest potential were given the opportunity. The young Taoist visited each senior disciple, noting down the questions the master had asked them in the past, and made thorough preparations. Eventually, he succeeded in his endeavor, winning first place. The master personally tied his hair into a top knot and bestowed upon him a sword. From the moment he joined the sword group, he woke up early every day to train under the supervision of the Commander Beetle. In the afternoons, he strengthened his chi. Yeah, I think it was chi. I may have been saying it wrong this entire time. It may just be chi. In the afternoons, he strengthened his chi under the master's guidance. Though the life was monotonous and arduous, he was very content. After more than a decade of rigorous cultivation, the disciples of Sword Group finally earned the master's approval. The master informed them that their skills were now proficient enough for them to enter the mountains for secluded meditation. If they were fortunate enough, they could achieve their ascension. And that's it for Sword Taoist. Fly Whisk Taoist. The wide robe and crane cloak flutter in the breeze. Why compare the righteous with the unrighteous, please? Praising virtues and merits disturbs the sweet dream. Whisking dust and sweeping earth disrupts the serene dream. Thought my neighbors were doing something outside. Continuing. In Petalfall Hamlet lived a Taoist. He had taken his vows last and was the youngest, and thus the Grand Master doted on him. He too was glad to wait on the Grand Master at all times. If the Grand Master extended a hand, he served tea. If the Grand Master lifted a foot, he removed his shoe. He swatted flies, fanned the breeze, made the bed, and tidied the covers, quick and thorough in his duties. The Grand Master favored him greatly. His fellow disciples burned with jealousy, but they couldn't stoop to such fawning. They could only speak ill of him behind his back and bully him to vent their ire. One day, the Grand Master held a test to assess his disciples' learning. When it was the turn of the youngest, he decided to be lenient with him. He only asked him to recite a passage from the scripture Tao Te Ching. The young disciple put on a smug face and chanted in a loud, clear voice, The Tao produced 1-1, produced 2-2, produced 3-3, produced all things. The other disciples had long awaited this moment, and their wish was finally granted. They roared with laughter and even stole glances at the Grand Master to see his reaction. The Grand Master, furious, stormed off in a huff. The other disciples then warned the young one, You've committed a grave blunder and incited his anger today. Don't dream of learning any solid skills from him now. After that incident, the Grand Master shunned the young disciple, but then he found he had no one to wait on him properly. Over time, he reminisced about the young disciple's attentiveness. Before long, the disciple was summoned to serve him again, but when he saw the disciple's disinterest in Taoist learning, his aversion returned. One day, the young disciple implored the Grand Master to teach him some skills, and the Grand Master took the fly-swatting, fan-waving motions the boy did each day and made them into a set of moves. Who knows if it was meant as sarcasm? In the end, he taught the boy those moves and wind-wielding techniques, and that was all the boy could hope for. Staff Taoist. Fairy mountains, clouds, and waters are connected to the horizon, and home is nowhere to be seen. Holding a stick, I walk far into the dangerous nest and enjoy the white snow and yellow buds. Long ago, a mountain village sat on the ridge teeming with insects. Strange things kept happening, so the villagers all moved out, leaving it a deserted village. In the village below lived a young man. His mother had died, and his father was a poor wastrel who paid him no mind. The villagers looked down on him and often abused him. He felt he couldn't endure such disdain, so he fled to live in the abandoned village. Little did he know that the village was claimed by a swarm of insect guai. As soon as the young man reached the ridge, the yaoguai seized him. He didn't fight back, as a deep-rooted death wish, stemming from a life without attachments, had long infested his heart. Seeing his resignation, the insects didn't harm him. Instead, they provided him shelter in a dilapidated shack. That night, a middle-aged Taoist brought him food and clothing.
I heard you have nowhere to go, so I brought you some things for daily use. If you don't mind, take me as your master and stay here. I can teach you practices for ascension.
The youth hadn't been cared for in so long. He eagerly donned the Taoist robe and performed the rites to acknowledge his master. From then on, he lived and trained with the insect guais. They spent their days dining and walking together, and at night, they slept side by side. One day, a scholar barged into the young man's room. I've just escaped from the Yaoguai's lair. They had me trapped in a cocoon sack, and I'm unsure of their intentions. I'm fleeing this place. You're human. You should come with me. The young man shook his head. I'm content here. Why should I leave? The scholar grew angry. Because they're Yaoguais and you're human. Even if they don't harm you, staying with them long enough will turn you into a Yaoguai as well. You're right, the young man said as he grabbed his staff and knocked the scholar to the ground. But even if I turn into a Yaoguai, I'll do so gladly. The scholar deemed that the young man was past saving. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled out the door and fled alone. Snake herbalist. Pine, bamboo, plum grant him a blue hue. Yet hearts of jackals, tigers, and leopards he possesses true. Collecting herbs from mountains and streams. No desire to aid the world, lost in selfish dreams. In the old days, there was a Taoist temple at the foot of Purple Cloud Mountain. An ascetic Taoist nun, worn from her long travels, sought shelter there one night. The temple nuns, moved by her devotion, offered her hot water and fresh clothes. As she bathed, the nun heard a sound from the rafters. Without showing any sign of alarm, she put on her robe and nonchalantly picked up her fly whisk. With a gentle flick, the whisk stretched and coiled with her motion, snaking up to the rafters and seizing a yaoguai. Alerted by the commotion, the temple nuns rushed into the room to investigate. On the ground crouched a snake guai with green tentacles, unfazed by its capture. It seemed the nuns had been its prior victims, now taking turns to scold it. The snake guai looked at them with contempt and puffed out its cheeks to spew green venom in every direction. Anyone struck by even a drop collapsed at once, writhing in pain. As the guai had no remorse, the nun took out a wispy golden needle, preparing to destroy it. Only then did the snake show fear. It pleaded at once.
I'm just a lesser herbalist guai from the mountain. In my basket outside is the antidote for them. Please, will you spare my life, immortal lady?
Hearing its sincere plea, the nun granted it mercy. The guai rummaged in its basket and handed her some small white pellets.
These are the leaves of the pearl tree. They are rare in the mortal world and can cure all venoms.
It fed one to each Taoist nun, and they recovered at once. After that, the temple always had tree pearls on hand, and many afflicted by venom came here to seek aid. But the high cost of a tree pearl meant many unable to afford it. Oh, that's what that sound was. That was thunder. I thought neighbors were moving stuff outside, but it was really just thunder. Kitty, welcome back. But the cost of a tree pearl meant many, unable to afford it, had to face the toxin's fatal outcome. So here's the deal, Kitty. I'm not going to be able to read every single one of these journal entries. So we're going to mark this one as reading all journal entries, lesser yaoguais. And then we'll do another session. So it turns out I'm going to be doing a lot more Black Myth Wukong sessions. We'll do the next session. The next session I have of Black Myth Wukong will be of us looking through the Yaoguai chiefs, then a whole separate section for Yaoguai kings, and then a whole separate section for characters. Because if I try to read all of these entries, it is going to take me a long time. And we're already getting closer and closer to 4 hours, and this is just me reading lesser Yaoguais. So to save my own voice, we're going to do it one section at a time. Joa, what's going on? Welcome to the Reading All Journey Entries Lesser Yaoguai session. I've just been reading nothing but lesser Yaoguai entries this whole time. But that's been the Snake Herbalist. Onwards to the Snake Sheriff. And we get down to Lush Leaf, and then we'll be done. Then we'll be done with chapter 5, and then we'll move on to like the final chapter, and that will be the final entries. When we get down to the Captain of the Court, then we'll be completely done with the lesser Yaoguais, and I'll call it a session. Guess who bought the game and is gonna play it this night? Nice, Joa. Enjoy yourself. See, watching me play Black Myth Wukong is one thing, but playing it for yourself, completely different experience altogether. You're in for a treat, my friend. Enjoy yourself. Snake Sheriff. A head so large, a tail so thin, 7 feet long. A patterned form, electric eyes, fierce and strong. With tiger stripes, it boasts with pride. Yet beneath its head, a strange guise hides. In the mountains, there was a tiger with a strong desire for the Tao. He traveled across high mountains and great rivers, seeking a Taoist temple to practice. However, his Taoist affinity was thin, and he couldn't find a master willing to accept him until he reached the Webbed Hollow, hoping to become a disciple under an accomplished immortal. You're also off work, so excited. Like I said, man, enjoy yourself. It's truly a marvel of a video game. It truly is. At first, the immortal master disdained him for being a mere tiger. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. However, let me read this again. However, his Taoist affinity was thin, and he couldn't find a master willing to accept him until he reached the Webbed Hollow, hoping to become a disciple under an accomplished immortal. At first, the immortal master disdained him for being a mere tiger, unlike his other disciples, and refused to see him. The tiger knelt outside the mountain gate for several days without rising. The immortal master, sensing his sincerity, gave him a chance and accepted him as an outer disciple. Unexpectedly, the tiger had no steadfastness. After the initial fervor, he didn't put in the effort. The immortal master advised him,
One's practice relies on oneself, not the master.
but the tiger couldn't grasp this and was punished to guard the mountain at Forest of Ferocity. Feeling resentful, the tiger became even lazier, spending his days lying idly under a tree and cursing his master to pass the time. One day, while half asleep under the tree, complaining about his master, he suddenly heard a soft sigh and felt something slip into his mouth. Startled, he sat up, but there was no one around. He retched for a long time but couldn't expel anything, thinking it was just a dream. After some time, the tiger's neck became long and thin, and he could no longer speak. He diligently patrolled Hollow Forest every day. People whispered among themselves,
He started his Taoist practice with enthusiasm but ended poorly. The master must have punished him, which is why he looks like this now. From now on, we best be careful.
"The dude got a parasite. That has nothing to do with the master. He got a parasite." But that's the snake sheriff. Worm practitioner. Swallowing pills to hasten flight. In tainted streams he shares the blight. Better to seek the straight and true than in the crooked paths pursue. The disciples who practiced swordsmanship in the temple had been training under their master for a long time. Since joining the group, they had all harbored the wish to attain ascension, diligently practicing their skills with great perseverance. I know that sounded weird at first. One day, the master finally informed his disciples that after years of rigorous training, their skills had become proficient. He told them that they could now follow him into the mountains for a secluded meditation. If they were fortunate, they might achieve ascension and become immortals. These are the words of Beetle Captain that we read from the Sword Taoist lore earlier on. So it's nice how so much of this lore actually links up with each other. If they were fortunate, they might achieve ascension and become immortals. The disciples were overjoyed and eagerly packed their belongings to follow their master into the mountains. The master led them using a teleportation technique to a breathtakingly beautiful mountain. The mountain was rustling golden leaves, presenting a scent of crisp, refreshing autumn weather. At the mountain's peak, there was a hamlet where they set down their belongings. The master then led them along a path behind the hamlet to the summit. There, they saw strands of silk hanging in the air, with one end suspended in the mountain mist and the others reaching high into the clouds. Destination unknown. The master said,
This is the celestial ladder to the immortal kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, your senior brother ascended to immortality from this very spot.
With that, he handed each of them a peculiar object of a violent color and said,
This is a pill to aid your ascension. Quickly, my disciple, consume it.
The disciples, filled with excitement, immediately swallowed the larva-like object. A few hesitated, only to see a terrifying and disgusting scene. The disciples that had taken the pills had transformed into flat-headed fleshy worms. Horrified, they questioned their master. I'm reading ahead. Horrified, they questioned their master, shaking. The master shook his head and sighed.
When the opportunity arises, your courage fails, which makes you unfit to become immortals.
Before his sigh had ended, the disciples who had transformed into worms lunged at them. That's horrifying. That is horrifying. Lush leaf. Amidst the lush leaves' embrace, free from the dust of life's race, branches side by side they stand, their pursuit as firm as land. Once a wealthy scion seeking the path of the immortals abandoned his family fortune and retreated to the mountains for solitary practice. Accustomed to being served, he struggled alone and often faltered in basic chores. One day, while washing clothes, his basin drifted away. He sat by the river and wailed aloud. Suddenly, from the rustling trees, a young and beautiful woman glided down to him. Don't trust it. She landed before him, inquired about his plight, and consoled him, saying,
Your devotion has moved a spirit of these cypresses, such as me. You have my aid.
She would prepare his meals, launder his clothes, and always leave as silently as she came. Yet the boy's heart harbored other thoughts. He said to her, Since you care for me so, why not join me in practice as Taoist partners and harmonize yin with yang? Enraged by his audacity, the woman sharply rebuked him.
Our practices take on different paths, and mine has been kept for a millennium. Why would I risk this practice because of you?
She left swiftly, but after many tearful pleas by the river, the boy was forgiven. Oh, please don't go, pretty lady. Please don't leave me. I'm alone. Oh, I'm alone. Oh, I'm alone. I'm sorry. However, got some homemade fried okra, cream corn to go with some meatloaf and homemade biscuits. Invited permanently to the cookout. To all of them. All of them. However, let me get back to reading. However, within half a year, he broached her with the proposal again, persisting in his deluded fantasy. The woman, after pondering, said,
How can you speak of the practice of yin and yang with me before you see my true form? Follow me and you shall see.
She led him deep into the woods. First mistake, you went with her. And revealed a massive gnarled cypress tree. She glided onto its canopy and disappeared. The cypress let out a mighty roar and rose from the ground. With a flick of power, it summoned the surrounding shrubs. Together, they encircled the boy, intending to teach him a lesson. Overcome with fear, he fled back to his home and abandoned his pursuit of Tao. That's what you get. But now we're done with chapter 5. Now to move on to chapter 6. Chapter 6. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's good to see. It's good to see. It's good to see. We're getting there. Revenant stalwart. Endless toil, no rest in view. Joys of nature, never ours to pursue. Serving others, in vain we strive. Lamenting years, centuries alive. The stalwarts summoned from the underworld by the Keeper were the lowest-ranking soldiers back there. With their daily duties to maintain the flow of the underworld, being sent to the mortal realm was akin to the days of rest, a break from their relentless toil. One day, as they patrolled Flaming Mountain, four stalwarts shared their stories. One pointed to Furnace Valley and remarked,
This lava here makes me think of my task back underground. Those who committed arson in life are sentenced to embrace searing hot copper pillars, naked in our copper depth. We had to fuel the fire and scrape off burnt flesh once and again. If we had a firefall like it here, it would surely make things easier.
Another added,
True, and those who broke families in life go to our iron depth. We plant an edge of the blade tree into their back and hang them on the tree. Our endless days are spent sharpening the blade and trimming the trees. Sometimes the blade cuts through their flesh and they fall with wounds wide open. That's when we stitch them up, carry them from the ground, and hang them on the blade again. A giant iron ball like the one ahead would make the job much simpler.
The third one chimed in.
You have it easy.
Hold on. Water. First, water. The third one chimed in.
You have it easy. Those who torture animals go to our bull depth. There, they are trampled and gored by lava bulls. We must tend the bulls, fit them with iron hooves, and sharpen their horns. The crushed corpses must be dug out occasionally.
Gotta go now. You doing a stream Monday? Yes, but those are my Sakamoto Day streams. So I'll probably pick up with the next series for reading the journal entries on Tuesday. It'll most likely be on Tuesday. I'm hearing a lot of rumbling outside. We might be getting another a bit of rain. Oh, the boys got to be fed. Let me read through this entry, and then I got to feed the boys.
The crushed corpses must be dug out occasionally, lest they clog the path of the bulls. A flaming cart would be a much better solution.
The last stalwart, gazing at the landscape of Flaming Mountain, exclaimed,
This place is better than any of our depths. Don't you see? This is the best depth with state-of-the-art torturing tools. I am now living in my dream. Hearing this,
all his companions spat in disdain and left. Yeah, that's why you gotta dip. Lots of lightning. I understand completely. But that is the Revenant Stalwart. We'll move on to the Revenant Archer because no sooner have I finished this entry, family just arrived with food. So I'm gonna feed the boys, get the food, and then we'll continue with the remaining entries for Flaming Mountain. Hold tight, everyone. The reading will continue shortly. All right, boys have been fed. I have my food here, so let's go ahead and conclude with the rest of these readings. Revenant Archer. He who brings tales of fault and blame is often caught in the very same game. Trust not the one who seems most fair, and in their goodness beware. In the southern camp of the kingdom of Uetuo, near the western side of the Flaming Mountains, a cook in the army was tasked with delivering food to the soldiers each and every day. During his routine, he often noticed a shadowy figure trailing him. When his courage led him to confront it, he discovered it was a pottery figurine, armed with an armless bow, a truly peculiar sight. It is known that only the guilty are haunted. The cook, assured of his clear conscience, demanded, "Why do you always follow me?" The figurine, faceless yet speaking from within, replied, "In a past life, we were from the same town and served together in the army. I was wounded by an enemy arrow, and you abandoned me. I was left to succumb to infection and die. My resentment prevented me from reincarnation, and Yama, the king of the underworld, made me a revenant. I have come now for your life." Puzzled, the cook asked, "Then why not kill me?" The figurine raised its bow, replying, "This bow shoots only arrows of punishment. You've been reasonably upright in this life, so I find no arrow to strike you. My only choice now is to linger aimlessly." The cook asked if there was anything he could do to stop its wandering, but the figure spat back, "It was your fault. You should atone, not help me. Your debt will clear once you've recited Buddha's name for me 10,000 times and kneeled to each. Then I may find peace." Enraged by such entitlement, the cook argued, "Your fall in enemy hands wasn't my arrow. Your failure to evade wasn't my push. Leaving you was a choice, not a crime. Why blame me?" With that, he smashed the pottery figurine with his meal lid. The figurine shattered and turned to dust in the wind. Alas, even ghosts dread violence. Reflecting on one's actions is essential, and kindness is a virtue. But beware of being exploited for your good heart, lest the accused becomes the accuser. In American terms, don't let people take your kindness for weakness. Or just don't let people take advantage of you. Lava Bull Revenant. High and mighty in the finest attire, yet a twist of fate from life to mire. The underworld trials are no mere lore. They know it all when they see your core. In the kingdom of pure joy, there dwelled a high official from a lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, has passed recently. Not long after, the official himself met a sudden death. His soul, bewildered, found itself in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by terrifying sights. He came to a halt before a colossal stone gate and peered inside. There, he saw charred corpses on their knees, twisted and shrunken from the relentless flames, their faces erased under chains and shackles. Among them, one scorched figure struggled to rise, shouting, "Zerong, my son! It's me, your father!" Better, the official's childhood name resonated with truth. He hastily asked, "Father, why are you here? I held so many rituals made for your passage." The charred spirit replied, "They're futile. Virtues in life bring fortune in the next, but wrongdoings must be paid now. My misdeeds caused many deaths, and Yama condemned me to the ceaseless depths to burn eternally. My son, do not follow my path." Then 5 more charred spirits emerged, his ancestors going back to his great-great-grandfather, all echoing the same warning. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew, and the stone gate slammed shut. The official awoke back among the living. For a time, he lived modestly, yet the hardships of simplicity soon wore him down. Convincing himself that it was nothing more than a dream, he slipped back into his lavish ways. And I'm pretty sure that dream is gonna become reality for him. Revenant Charbone. Seek not with greed what life can give. By harming others, how can one live? Evil deeds their judgment do. In the netherworld their fate they rue. In the kingdom of pure joy there dwelled a high official from a lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, had passed away recently, but not long after. Did I just... Hold on. Okay, that threw me off. That threw me off. So when I'm looking at the full menu here, when I expand it, Charbone and Revenant are the same. But if I look at it here, the Lava Bull Revenant, I can't look at that one fully because when I expand the Lava Bull Revenant, it repeats the Revenant Charbone. So unfortunately, I actually can't read. I actually can't read the Lava Bull Revenant. Hold on, maybe it's an error. Maybe it's an error. Maybe if I go back down here. No, it's an error. And I can't scroll down it either. Man, I can't read out the full Lava Bull Revenant. Okay, we discovered something. I might need to bring this to their attention. But I can't read this one out. I thought I read the Lava Bull Revenant one, but I actually read the Revenant Charbone one. So the Lava Bull Revenant, until a patch is made where I can look at this officially and fully without an error, that one's gonna have to be on the back burner for a minute. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't. I can only look at the part where it says, "In the kingdom of pure joy." In the kingdom of pure joy, there was an official of high standing, a skeptic of spirits and deities. Actually, you know what? Hold on. The power of the internet. Hold on, I can still look this up. Because I'm pretty sure they got the full thing there. Lava Bull. Lava Bull Revenant. Haha! There we go. Cool. Thank you, Internet. Even though the game can't let me do it from here, I can pull it up on my phone and read it this way. And I got a lot of notifications. All right. Lava Bull Revenant. High and mighty in the finest attire, yet a twist of fate from life to mire. The underworld trials are no mere lore. They know it all when they see your core. In the kingdom of pure joy, there dwelled a high official from a lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, has passed recently. Not long after, the official himself met a sudden end. His soul be... This thing is incorrect as well. Because it's just repeating. It's just repeating what it says in the game, but not exactly what it says on the image there. Man. Hold on. I want to see if it's... I gotta find the right one. I need to find it. I need to find it. Maybe someone has it in a video, then I could just read it that way. Yep, the Revenant Charbone. Revenant Charbone and Lovable Revenant. It's kind of bugged, so I can't really read it out unless I read it from here. In the kingdom of pure joy, there was an official of high standing, a skeptic of spirits and deities. His path to power was paved with the lives of many. As age and illness beset him, he found himself bedridden. In a feverish dream, he dreamt of two bull-headed guais emerging from blazing flames. Standing upright in armor, they declared that they were to take him to the underworld for trial and urged him to, and that's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes, and I can't read anymore, because when I expand it, it just turns into the Charbone one. It just turns into the Charbone one. And it's essentially the same. Man, oh well. I was kind of hoping that it'd be all together, but I got no choice but to continue on. Lava Bat. In flames that leap and kiss the sky, down to the earth they are fiery flight. Forged in flames they rise no more, braving trials for powers pure. Flaming mountains harbored numerous caves, yet most were filled with flowing lava, unfit for dwelling or practice. Finding a cool cavern was a prized rarity. However, as adept flyers in the mountains, the lesser bat guais often discovered comfortable caves on sheer cliffs. Unfortunately, the larger guais followed suit and claimed these caves for themselves. Angered by constant displacements, the bats were resolute in moving to Furnace Valley, a place of towering firefalls and rivers of molten rock. No other guais would dare to venture there, and all advised them to leave. The bats, undeterred, dismissed the warnings and retorted,
"We can never secure a comfortable hideout where you are when you are around. That's why we've chosen the most dangerous and treacherous place. In our spiritual practice here, it's a matter of life or death. We're done being victims and pushed around."
Fortune favored their resolve and rewarded their practice. Though the scorching lava burnt them time and again, it forged their fiery skins, and dodging the spewing magma honed their agility. Alas, no path is set in life. While well-trodden roads may offer smoother travel, striking out anew invites trials and derision. Yet the fruits of such a journey are uniquely gratifying. Oh wait, I skipped over Revenant Charface. I'm sorry. Revenant Charface! And then, it's fine. Time gallops like a horse no fair, here and there seeming without care. Past flows like water in its course, dreams buried deep without remorse. The gates of the city of injustice are guarded by the Charfaces. Unlike soul reapers, they wield blades of karmic flames, burning lost souls to ash, hence their perpetually smoked visages. One day, two Charfaces at the gate caught a soul trying to sneak out. As one raised his flaming blade to strike, the desperate soul pleaded, "Spare me, kind sirs! Should I revive, I'll burn 10,000 houses of paper ingots in your honor." The other Charface restrained his companion and proposed,
"Let's have a wager then. If you win, you go free. But if you lose, blame your own luck."
The soul asked, "What will be the wager?" And he answered,
"If half the souls entering the city today wish to return to life like you, you win."
With that, he handed over paper and ink and tasked the soul with recording the names and earthly obsessions of those newly deceased. As the gate closed for the day, the soul hurried to the Charfaces and declared, "I've won! I've won indeed!" The Charfaces presented the list to the gate master, who found that it matched perfectly in both numbers and names and even included details the deceased themselves hadn't revealed. Satisfied, the gate master held the soul in high regard, generously rewarded him, and said,
"I know you seek to leave the city, but the gates are shut for today. Perhaps you should come again tomorrow."
Months passed with the soul returning daily, and each day a similar bet was made. Over time, the soul ceased longing for a return to life and took up a role as a scribe under the gate master. Alas, it makes one wonder, should we look ahead and accept whatever future awaits us, or stay committed to steadfast goals? Perhaps there's no right answer. What matters is the willingness to make your choice. So we already read the lava bat. Onwards to Bull Sergeant. Neath fiery peaks and robes so fine, guarding jade doors with gold's radiant shine. Tangled in those worldly gains, all splendor fades like dust it wanes. Through the ages, those seeking rain from the plantain fan often presented gifts and tributes. As the chief guard in Rakshasi's court, the Bull Sergeant was in charge of collecting these offerings. The quality of the tributes greatly affected the well-being of the mountain's Yaoguais throughout the year. Thus, the Bull Sergeant always schemed to influence the tributes towards his own preferences. One day, leaning on the doorframe and sighing deeply, he noticed the smoke from his nose resembled his beloved chicken and devised a plan. He told all the tribute bearers that the shape of the smoke rising from flaming mountain at dusk indicated what the plantain fan desired as offerings. Believing this to be a divine sign, the people, despite their hardships, started contributing exactly as the smoke suggested. The Bull Sergeant received many of his desired items and reveled in a contented life. However, over time, this led to growing discontent among the villagers towards Rakshasi and her reigns. One day, Lady Rakshasi had to leave for a lecture by Lord Lao in the Celestial Court and was unable to bring rain for the people. In panic, the Bull Sergeant confessed his wrongdoings and begged for her forgiveness. It turned out she never required any tributes. She naturally provided rain for the villagers through the seasons for planting and growing. The whole tribute scheme was a fabrication. Lady Rakshasi didn't punish the Bull Sergeant, but ordered him to return the goods and tell the truth to the villagers. But they refused to take back their offerings. Instead, they urged the sergeant to convince the plantain fan for more rain. Caught between the villagers and the lady, the sergeant ended up berated by both sides. The bulls scorned by all. Bull Soldier. Strong of body, skilled in fight, shield and spear, a valorous sight. Heart ablaze with fervent zeal, love's disdain the pain he feels. 3 centuries ago, when the Bull King still graced the Celestial Court and the Red Boy practiced under Guan Yin, peace reigned over flaming mountains. One day, Bishui Beast promoted a captain among the Bull soldiers, and the captain moved into the night duty chamber of the Rakshasa Palace to accommodate his increased responsibilities. He occupied the adjoining room for rest and the main west chamber for hosting guests. One morning, he found the guest room had been tidily arranged overnight. Dustless furniture, washed fruit on plates, and freshly brewed tea. Perplexed, he thought of the furry celestial maidens serving the lady, and the fox maidens attending the king's daughter. Recalling how the other guards often teased him for being more handsome than the rest, now, as a new captain, he couldn't help but feel elated. Surely, there must be a secret admirer. For over a month, this mysterious, kind-hearted maiden visited nightly, yet never revealed herself. Growing impatient, the captain resolved to wait outside the chamber one night. Around the 4th watch, he heard heavy steps, quite unlike the gentle maidens, furred or fox. Regardless, he lunged at the figure as soon as the door opened and secured a tight hold on it. The figure was muscular, and sturdy, too large for his arms. Muffled grunts flowed, and the voice of the bull sergeant emerged.
I like things tidy, and your room is always messy. That's why I clean it up after my night duty. You don't have to act so grateful.
That's gotta be a hurting thing. You think you got a secret admirer and it's your own commander who's cleaning your room because you can't keep it clean? That's gotta hurt. Almost done. Bull stalwart. In remote corners, evil shows its face. Yet the good seeks the divine's embrace. Evil's end is found in fire's relentless glow, while the good is shielded, be it high or low. In a village beneath Flaming Mountain, the impoverished residents subsisted solely on rice cakes and wore nothing but coarse linen clothes. To appease the Yaoguais in the mountains for rain, they had a grim custom, sending elders over 60 as offerings. Old Zhu, a Dao aspirant in his youth, only grew stronger with age, and his vitality hinted at a long life. Yet on his 60th birthday, in the midst of a lavish celebration, the villagers placed him on a ceremonial altar and carried him to a stone temple in the mountains to be sacrificed. Confined in the temple, old Shu grew weak from hunger and thirst. At the brink of death, the temple doors swung open, and two enormous figures entered.
Another old one
of them said, and the other followed.
He's still breathing. Let's check on him.
He was then approached by two bull guais, clad in armor, each wielding a pair of hammers. Frozen in fear, he remained voiceless. However, the guais, instead of harming him, handed him a sack of water and shared their dried food. They then instructed him.
Leave the temple and follow the path marked by bamboo stakes to find the main road. From there, the west leads to the kingdom of sacrifice, and the east to the kingdom of women. Choose your way.
First, I'm pretty sure a lot of people could choose the kingdom of women. But then again, you don't know if those women are homicidal, so it's kind of a hard choice. Recovering his senses, old Shu asked why they spared him. One of the guai replied,
You mortals underestimate us. If we were to feast on humans, we wouldn't choose the elderly. Our lady has often sent the old back, but everyone she sent back ended up murdered. Now we guide you old ones to seek life elsewhere. Eat quickly and be on your way.
With that, the bull guais left old Shu alone and resumed their patrol with their hammers swinging. They cool. People of Flaming Mountain are kind of cool. Searing fire. Eternal life, a simple dream. True ascent, a distant gleam. The world seeks shortcuts lost in their quest. With countless sacrifices, they never rest. Outside the walls of the kingdom of sacrifice, atop the mountains, stood the Fume Fire Temple. Renowned for its ability to reform wayward youths from fallen households, the temple was spoken highly of for guiding lost souls towards righteous paths. This tale, as told by a landowner, is about one such disciple, Zhao San. Zhao San was a vagabond. He beguiled guests of brothels into lavish spending, and one of his patrons turned out to be landowner Wang's son. He soon found himself pursued by the authorities and facing a trial against Wang. A Taoist from the Fume Fire Temple happened upon him and offered him sanctuary. From that point forward, Zhao San immersed himself in the pursuit of wisdom, practiced diligently, and dutifully undertook tasks assigned by his master. One day, when he descended the mountain on an errand, he came across Mei Yang, a concubine being mistreated by the wife of a household during their journey to the temple. Without hesitation, Zhao San intervened, rescuing Mei Yang, and brought her to the temple to shield her from the cruelty of that family. With nowhere else to turn, Mei Yang was welcomed into the temple by the master and became a disciple. Filled with gratitude for Zhao San saving her life, she tended to the temple's chores. Over time, she repeatedly sought to become Zhao San's spiritual partner, yet her advances were always rebuffed. Years later, having made significant spiritual progress, Zhao San underwent an ascension ceremony organized by his master, with Mei Yang invited as a witness. They were taken to a mountain peak with a river of fire flowing down. Zhao San received a talisman from his master and courageously leapt into the fire. Filled with a longing to practice alongside him, Meng Yang followed suit amidst cheers and blessings. As the smoke arose, they were reborn from the blazing flames as the eternal guardians of the river of lava. Thus, in the fiery embrace, they found immortality and everlasting life, forever part of the river's endless flow. Well, that's dedication. Whew. Almost done, almost done, almost done. I can see the bottom. Scorching fire. Ignorance ignites a fool's fire. Daily anguish in a somber mire. Enduring a life of ceaseless pain, they yearn for death, not celestial gain. Legend has it that during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, an official of pottery named Ning Fengji learned the art of fire with fire-colored fumes for immortals and tried to ascend by roasting himself over the flames. Some say he achieved ascension. Others claimed he burned himself to death. That's funny. No one knows the truth. The tale we have here is recounted by a runaway disciple from the Fume Fire Temple in the Kingdom of Sacrifice, a place rooted in the art of the five-colored fume flame. The master of the disciple served as the abbot of the temple. One day, the disciple accompanied his master for some liquor in town, and they came across a fugitive being pursued by officers. As the temple was short on help, and the fugitive was a wealthy one, they offered him shelter. This man, Zhao San, was a mere wastrel who lured patrons of brothels into extravagant spending. Oh, this is the other side of this story. The temple was already home to various robbers and bandits, and it proved to be a corrupting influence on Zhao San. In the company of fellow criminals every day, he soon became 10 times more villainous than before. One day, Zhao San set off to rob travelers to fund his own lavish lifestyle. He targeted a wealthy family returning from their monthly worship, and in an act driven by greed and lust, he abducted the family's concubine Meng Yang. Yo! I was led to believe that he rescued Meng Yang, but it turns out that he basically just kidnapped her. Imprisoned within the temple walls, Meng Yang endured daily chores and beatings. Despite her Wow, this is the other side of the story. This is the truth. Meng Yang endured daily chores and beatings. Despite her deep resentment towards Zhao San, she was powerless against his violence. She could only grit her teeth and bide her time, hoping for an escape. Years later, a ceremony for ascension was announced in the temple. The disciple who tells this story was tasked with escorting Meng Yang to the event, held atop a high cliff overlooking a river of lava. Zhao San had already prepared to leap into the fire for ascension with a talisman from his master. He insisted Meng Yang accompany him. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the followers and the terrified cries of Meng Yang, the disciples pushed the girl off the cliff as ordered. Charred in the river of lava, their bodies swelled grotesquely as the lava, guided by the talisman, seeped into their skulls. Their distorted new forms staggered up, writhing in agony, and ran towards the depths of the Black Mountains. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, the disciple renounced his belief in the temple's teachings, no matter how vehemently the master rationalized it as a transcendent metamorphosis. Wow, so seeing it from Zhao San's side makes it seem like, oh, Meng Yang cared about him so much. Oh, it was a worthwhile gesture of love for each other. But seeing it from the dude outside looking in, was all like, no, she was held there hostage. She wasn't allowed to leave. She was forced to stay there. And they pushed her into a river of lava where they both turned into scorching fires. Searing fires and a scorching fire. Disappearing into the mountains. Dude said, like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this. Nah, you can cast me out the faith if you want. You can shun me. I'm done. That's messed up. Flameling. Amidst joy a gentle spirit gleams. In anger darkness sows its schemes. Beneath the earth a silent foe. Flames within slyly aglow. Ancient texts speak of flame ore, bearing a resemblance to cinnabar ore, but being non-toxic and more potent for pill refinement. Its sought-after properties for enhancing both yin and yang energies attracted many pill crafters. Yet this rare substance of the mountain spirits remains elusive and priceless. Then there was Cheng Ming, a man obsessed with oddities, scorned by his family for his poverty. Learning that flame ores were formed within flamelings, he set out to profit from it. Selling all he had, he plunged into the mountains, fixating on capturing a flameling. Days turned to weeks with no news, save that his makeshift shelter mysteriously burned down. Raging at his misfortune, he saw a large red worm emerge from the ground before him, half buried, half exposed, with the innocent face of a child. That's a child? Much like a disciple of Guan Yin's. Startled by Chen Ming's fury, it wept. Cheng Ming shouted to scare and silence it, but it only angered the flameling, who swiftly burrowed away. It was only then that Cheng Ming realized it was a flameling. He leapt about, hoping to lure it out again. Finally, the guai, annoyed perhaps, burrowed out and struck him with a fireball. The clothes and skins of Cheng Ming caught on fire, and he rolled on the ground in pain and despair. He broke down in tears, realizing that he couldn't seize the flame more by himself. Then, amused and curious, the flameling drew near him. For this one time, Cheng Ming chose to be brutal and resolute. He smashed its head with a rock until it was completely shattered. Cheng Ming continued this merciless act and harvested plenty of flame ores, but he kept his methods a secret. His growing sales of the ores eventually earned him fame as a renowned medicine gatherer far and wide. Oh yeah, we definitely got a storm coming up. I need to finish all of these and then bring this to a close. Tenor! Within the gloom the monkeys roam, far away from their lauded home, ensnared in traps as troubles brew. In revenge's journey, what's cause, what's due? Centuries ago, the troops of the court raised Mount Huaguo once more. Upon hearing of the great sage's death, many monkeys left their home in sorrow and began searching for new sanctuaries for their practice. Given the great sage's past association with the Bull King, many sought his protection at Flaming Mountains. That thunder's getting louder. The Bull King hated monkeys as the great sage had betrayed him, yet he offered shelter to these distressed refugees. But life in Flaming Mountains was harsh, afflicted with scorching heat and frequent harassment from outer Yaoguai. Fortunately, the keeper of the land treated them kindly, providing food and support, and earned the trust of the monkeys. Soon, however, a plague struck. The monkeys' fur began to fall out. Their skin festered with sores, and large black boils, horrifying and infectious, sprouted on their backs. The plague spread rapidly, leaving many in such agony that death seemed a preferable fate. The macaque chief, their leader, ordered the infected to be cast into the scorching furnace valley to fend for themselves there. Abandoned and dying, these monkeys cursed their former kin. As death neared, the keeper came and saved them with astounding cures. In weeks, their skin healed. In months, their boils burst and revealed dark wings. The keeper taught them to fly, accepted their loyalty, and enlisted them as his 10th-ranked minions, named the Tenors. Their first task was to purge the camp of the macaque chief. Ruthlessly, they slaughtered their kin, sparing only the cunning macaque chief who managed to escape to an unknown fate. And we know what happened to him. He escaped to the New West, to the snowy mountains, to get away from the heat and those trying to kill him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost there. Earth Rakshasa, round eyes that gleam so bright, a body drenched in blood's light, with a 7 treasure hat adorned, a sincere heart, though face is scorned. The land Rakshasas are descendants of the sea Rakshasas, born during their exile. Due to the different will of their new home, they did not grow to the enormous size of their ancestors. Despite this, their loyalty to the Rakshasa lady remains as steadfast as that of their forebears. They strictly adhere to the precepts set by the Rakshasi, diligently practicing their arts and shedding many of their old vices. There are many folk tales about Rakshasas being fond of eating human flesh, which is why villages near Flaming Mountains often send their elderly to the stone temple as offerings. In truth, the Rakshasas of Flaming Mountain do not eat humans. On the contrary, because their immense strength can easily harm mortals, the Rakshasi give them specially crafted heavy shields and instructs them to focus more on defend than attack. However, if pushed to their limits, they will still unleash their fire-breathing abilities. Even though the land Rakshasas have made many changes, people still scream and flee in terror at the sight of their fearsome appearance. But from the perspective of the land Rakshasas, aren't those screaming mortals just as terrifying? Sea Rakshasas! My land is harsh and my look stern, yet at their scorn I never turn. True valor looks not on the skin, I should have known who is my kin. Lore tells of the great kingdom of Rakshasa beyond the western seas, where the sea Rakshasas call home. Renowned for their peculiar features, they differ starkly from those on land. One year, sea Yaoguais were reported troubling a temple by the sea. The princess of the kingdom was tasked with the expulsion of Yaoguais. A devout practitioner of Buddhism with formidable powers, she dismissed her entourage and resolved to confront the Yaoguais alone. As she recited scriptures loudly in the temple that night, she saw several towering figures kneel at the door, grotesque in form, lumpy heads, twisted mouths, three-holed noses, and eyes upon their foreheads. Startled by their hideousness, the princess fell to the ground in fright. The figures, too, pointed at her face, screaming in terror, and hastily fled. Intrigued by their unexpected reaction, she called out to them. The fear that had drove them to run was quenched only after the princess resumed her chanting. They cautiously returned and conversed with her, after which she learned that they were sea Rakshasas seeking spiritual practice. The princess welcomed them in. To avoid alarming the people, she fashioned gold, gem-studded masks for them. Soon, the Rakshasa king granted them massive shields and appointed them as the royal guards of the princess. Hundreds of years later, after the kingdom of Rakshasa fell, the sea Rakshasas escorted the princess eastward to Flaming Mountain. Faced with hardships, they learned to consume fire to better protect their princess, which turned their blue skins crimson. Now they reside in the river of lava, mastering the tides of flame in the mountains. The princess, long past her prime, finds solace in the unwavering loyalty of her guards, who value her heart over her faded beauty. Ooh, that's wholesome. That's actually wholesome. Flame Rhino Emperor. Towering horn, a crown so rare, in simple garb a presence fair. To the kind man it shows its thanks, wishing him joy in life's ranks. In the ancient kingdom of Dvaravati, rhinoceroses were widely raised and adored. Once, during a rhino hunt, the king shot a pregnant female. As she lay dying, she birthed a calf. Amused, the king took the young rhino back to the royal gardens. Haunted by its mother's death, the rhino feared the palace folk. At the mere sight of them, it would flee in terror, prompting the courtiers to chase it for sport, whip in hand. It wasn't until its horn grew sharp enough that the rhino found its chance to avenge its mother. It gored a courtier during his chase. The king, in rage, called for a butcher to slay the beast, but the butcher, moved by pity, smeared dog blood on the rhino to feign its death and smuggled it out of the palace. Kept it hidden amongst his own rhinos, he nurtured it with prized wheat and lived with it for years. One night, the butcher dreamt of the rhino speaking. "I was destined to transcend my form and become a yaoguai in this life. But your kindness calls for a reward, and I am willing to sacrifice this future to repay you. Tomorrow is when your life will end, and all my years left I will give you. My horn will be left on your table. When you pass, have your wife burn it. If it burns completely, you shall live again." The next day, the butcher found the horn, but no sign of the rhino. He told his wife what to do and soon breathed his last. Following his instructions, his wife burned the horn for 49 days and nights. Astonishingly, the butcher was resurrected, yet he was different. He had grown a long rhino horn and his skin had turned blue. Years later, still youthful after his wife passed, he became a disciple of Princess Rakshasi and was revered as the Rhino Master. Bull Governor. The old bull's halberd tip gleams. Karmic flame scorches shoulder seams, guiding souls through life's end. Toils endlessly in the mortal land. In bygone days, a young boy hid in a neighbor's storeroom to play with fire. Accidentally, he ignited the items inside. Fearing punishment, he attempted to extinguish the flames himself, but they quickly grew out of control. The entire storeroom was consumed, and tragically, the boy perished in the blaze. His death left behind a great calamity. The neighbors demanded compensation for the lost items from his parents, while his parents demanded compensation for their son's life. The arguments raged on, and even on the 7th day after the boy's death, the day that his soul should be fetched, no resolution was reached. With the ritual at the funeral disrupted, and the bullhead and horseface, the soul fetchers refused to escort his soul. Seeing his subordinates' reluctance, the bull governor decided to escort the boy himself. As they approached the boy's home, they heard the sounds of his parents quarreling with the neighbors. Entering the courtyard, they saw the boy's parents accusing, "Our son died in your storeroom. Who knows if he stumbled upon some illicit activity and was silenced?" The neighbors retorted,
"Our storeroom held valuable items. Your son must have had thieving intentions causing the fire. You must compensate us."
Their heated dispute eventually became ended up. I'm trying to see if I'm reading this sentence right. This doesn't seem right. Their heated dispute eventually ended up violence. Or it could be like eventually became violent or ended up in violence. Their heated dispute eventually ended up in violence. The bull governor asked the boy, "Did you ever foresee this outcome?" The boy, filled with regret, wept bitterly. The bull governor, in his compassion, said, "Enough. Such chaos on a soul-fetching day is disrespectful." With that, flames erupted from his shoulders, and he struck an old tree in the courtyard with his halberd, setting it ablaze. The tree was charred black. That was a bright lightning flash just now. Yeah, I gotta hurry up, because I'd hate for lightning to strike and then it causes power to go out and then my stream is over. The tree was charred black, and only then did the quarreling crowd remember it was the soul-fetching day. In a panic, they all fled the courtyard. Eagle Soldier! Immortals and mortals, all shrouded in haze. Trials they must pass through life's winding maze. How many find wisdom, break free from the chain, escaping the cycles of suffering and pain? 3 men died on the same day, and their souls met in the underworld. Kneeling before the judge pointed to one soul and said, "In life, you were a thief, robbing and injuring others, bullying the innocent. Now I sentence you to the mountain of knives to atone for your sins." The man wailed, "My kins burned gold and silver paper as ingots for me, and they could fill 10 storerooms. If you show mercy, all that wealth is yours." The judge remained unmoved, flicked his sleeve, and had the underworld soldiers take him away. The judge then pointed to the second soul and said, "You shall be reborn as a human." The soul protested, "I diligently practiced Buddhism, did many good deeds, and never harmed any living being. Why must I endure the suffering of reincarnation?" The judge replied, "A human may see 100 springs, but the grass knows only one. Being reborn as a human is already a privilege. Do you wish to be reborn as a beast?" The soul was displeased and said, "Life as a human is arduous. I practice Buddhism and it should grant me escape." The judge snorted coldly. "Today, Bodhisattva..." I don't even know how to say that. Bodhisattva Kasidi Garba? Bodhisattva Kasidi Garva? Is that how you say that? I'm just assuming. "Today, Bodhisattva Kasidi Garba is not here. Whether you escape or not is not up to you." He flicked his sleeve and the underworld soldiers took him away. Finally, the judge pointed to the last soul and said,
In life, you stole mind cores and made pills which harmed lives. Now I sentence you to the pool of blood to cleanse your sins before you can reincarnate.
Just as he was about to have the underworld soldiers take him away, a celestial captain in golden armor flashed into the hall, threw a military order on the table, and said, "He has attained profound enlightenment." Wait for it. There it is. It was lightning. I was waiting for the thunder to pass. "This is a summons from the celestial court. The admiral has sent me to escort him to become a celestial soldier." Hearing this, the soul was overjoyed and quickly followed the celestial general out. The dude got a free get out of jail free card. Hound soldier. Oh wait, we are on. All right, I just realized we're on the celestials now. Yeah, we're on the celestial soldiers now. Hound soldier. Bright helm with shining armor paired, golden spear with carvings flared. With the universe's mystic power grand, all is cleansed in the sacred land. The story continues with a soul that escaped the underworld, now ascending to the upper realm, filled with excitement. He followed the celestial captain through alleys and corridors, eventually arriving at the armory. The captain said, "These are the yaoguai armors, unmatched in the mortal world." He then selected a set and handed it to the soul. They proceeded to the side hall, but instead of entering the main hall, they went to a side chamber where a minor official handed them a contract, instructing the soul to sign and seal it. The minor official indifferently warned, "By signing this contract, you agree to serve in the celestial court forever, with no chance of reincarnation." The soul, glancing around at the grandeur of the palace, and the elegance of the celestial beings, signed and sealed the contract immediately. This is the reason why you need to read the terms and conditions of a contract first. The celestial captain then led the soul to the Tushita Palace. Again, they did not enter the main hall, but turned through a corridor to a massive tower at the back. Thick black smoke billowed from the top, and many soldiers were waiting outside, holding armor ready to enter. As the soul stepped inside, he felt the scorching heat. Numerous furnaces blazed with fierce flames, and a giant cauldron hung above, melting copper and iron. A Taoist boy with a fan approached, smiling.
"Celestial soldier, heed my plea. Your flesh is gone, your soul must be. Bound to iron, bound to armor, fierce and bold. In battles fought, be brave yet bold. Yet hold. Be brave yet hold. For if you falter, heed this call. Your very soul shall perish. Fall!"
With that, the boy pushed the soul into a mold, arranging the armor pieces. Still bewildered, the soul saw the giant cauldron tilt above him, pouring boiling molten metal. His piercing screams echoed through the tower. Does this happen with every soldier? The soul is just left on every hound soldier? Do they just get put on a gurney and then have that hot copper just poured on top of them as the armor is formed over their bodies? Hard pass. Jackal soldier. The mighty general, like thunderclouds, descends with lightning to the mortal crowds. In battles fierce both sides contend. Life was hard and hardships transcend. The newly forged soul, having barely accustomed to his armors yet, heard that the Jade Emperor, in his fury, had dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend and subdue Yaoguais. Fearing that he was not yet skilled with his weapon, the celestial captain gave him an iron bow and instructed him to stay at the rear and shoot arrows. Descending to the mortal realm with the others, he saw banners flying and weapons gleaming. 18 celestial nets covered the mountains, and it seemed all celestial beings, be their constellation officers or admiral, had come to surround the area tight. The battle raged with relentless fury. Sand and stones whirled through the air. The sky and earth darkened as dust and debris filled the universe. The newly recruited celestial soldier had barely fought when a powerful force stunned him. When he awoke, he found himself in front of a tower behind the Tushita Palace corridor. 2 Taoist boys were carrying him inside. A Taoist boy greeted him with a smile.
Luckily, your armor isn't ruined, or you couldn't be healed.
As he spoke, the boy pushed him into a mold, arranged the armor pieces, and poured boiling metal over him again.
That happens every single time?
Emerging from the quenching pool, a lightning flash sent him back to the battlefield. Dazed and still in pain, the new soldier stood on the battlefield, unsure of which celestial deity had struck him again with a golden wave, and he found himself once more in front of the Tushita Palace Tower. Oh, this is a fate worse than death. After that, he was burned, drowned, and shocked, but each time his armor remained whole. Hence, he was reforged and sent back to the battlefield again. Unbearable! He grabbed a weapon from the ground, finally resolving that he could not suffer alone. Rebelling against the Celestial Court seemed the only way out. Wow, dude thought he was going to be living the high life with the Celestial Court, and it turns out that every time he died, he had to undergo that agony over and over and over again. But on to the last entry for the Lesser Yaoguai, and the final thing I'll read for today's stream. 4 hours of me reading? Good lord, I didn't realize that much time has passed. Captain of the Court. Immortal rights bestow eternal life, a body forged in steel, free from strife. Though sorrow lingers, pain remains. In cycles of rebirth, truth regains. Continuing from the previous story, the soul had been a celestial soldier for 1,000 years and had risen through the ranks to become a captain of the court. Despite his promotion, he felt lost and uncertain. In life, he had not attained enlightenment, and as a celestial soldier, the highest rank he could achieve was that of a captain. Many former celestial captains, in an attempt to change their fate, had fled to the mortal realm, only to be hunted down and killed, their souls dissipating with no chance of reincarnation. This time, upon hearing of upheaval at Mount Huaguo, the Celestial Court dispatched several soldiers to the mortal realm. Missing one head count, the Celestial Captain received orders to select a soul from the underworld. He approached the judge and saw 3 kneeling souls. He chose the one who had practiced Taoism and brought him out of the underworld. The soul, seeing the Celestial Captain's gleaming armor, the cold edge of his blade, and the intricately carved shield of solid iron, was excited. The Celestial Captain paused and asked something he wasn't supposed to. If you come with me today, you will have no chance of reincarnation. As a deity, the highest rank you can achieve is my position. Are you still willing to go? The soul replied, Yes, I am willing. I don't know if there will be any other opportunities in reincarnation. I might go through countless cycles of rebirth only to suffer even more. Knowing that the soul would not change his mind, the Celestial Captain had to take him to the upper realm. Literally taking another soul that's going to go through the exact same thing that he went to. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have read out every single entry in the Lesser Yaoguai, save for the Lovable Revenant, because that one is bugged, and I can't properly read that one. Until they fix it, I can't read that one. So we read all but one. So we basically read 89 entries out of 90 entries. But that's, I can't do anything about that, so I apologize. But ladies and gentlemen, that has been my reading for today as we start to bring my Black Myth Wukong series to a close. That was me reading all of the Lesser Yaoguai entries in portraits. Next up, the next time I do a Black Myth Wukong stream, it will be me reading on the Yaoguai Chiefs, which will undoubtedly not take as long as it took for us to read all those entries. Then after that, Yaoguai Kings, and then after that, characters. So with that being said, all I can say to everyone here is, I am so glad that I read all of these. These were a fun read. I love reading these. But I'm also done for today, because I also want to end the stream before this massive lightning storm that's happening outside does something to the stream, and then I can't end it properly. So with that being said, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!